Hmm. There we go. That works. All right. I think I got the chat thing working too, so it pops up whenever someone talks in chat. Share chat. Oh. Yeah, there it is. Join share chat. Yeah, mine of a total of, I think my average view count is 0. It spiked a little bit when I started advertising your Discord and got yelled at. Well, I got I was politely told to stop. How about that? The yeah, the health of your Discord. Yeah, I mean it doesn't have to be the. Hmm? Yeah, it can go underneath notifications, has a different tab of community live streams or tab or something. Yeah. Okay. I am not a Muppet. Well, for now, maybe. What does this button do?
So expect mistakes, expect confusion, and expect a lot of. Oh, actually, shit! No, I forgot about that.
I'm a terrible
And
space.
to begin with, Horizon has had the option, having never played before, to he gave me the choice of choosing who he plays as, or recommending who he plays as. So I gave him the Blueberries. I gave him the Space Marines, who are, let's face it, really easy to learn and a good little force to practice with. But as he's going to be the Blueberries, it's only fair that we bust out the Black Legion and show them the Daddy Emperor ain't all that, and that these Chaos Gods guys, they've got some stuff going for them. So I'm going to be playing my first round as Chaos as well, which is should be interesting. So while I'm teaching, I'm also learning. So first things first, we'll go through everything in kind of setup order and what you need to know and things like that. At any point, just interrupt me and tell me to stop talking. It's gonna get complicated before
Yeah,
it gets sensible.
yeah, yeah. And I
So,
totally did not forget to enable the stream to actually see the game.
well, that would be helpful if they can see what's going on rather than having some sort of weird Warhammer podcast. That would be nice.
Yes.
So the first thing we need to do, if you come, I'll tend to draw lines so you know where to go. So you know
Yes.
where you can. I'll kind of draw them across where I think your vision is, and you'll be able to follow them to where you need to go. So come up to what is essentially the top of the table up here for me.
Yes.
This scary looking board here with all the zeros on it isn't some sort of weird binary scientific calculator. It is in fact a score and kind of an objective tracker. You'll notice straight away that we're both on 10 points. That's weirdly normal. That's not wrong. We don't start on 0. Because your army is painted, you start on 10 points. You get 10 victory points just for your army being painted.
Huh?
So if I rocked up in a real store with a fully painted army, and the person I was playing against had just built the models but not painted them, I'd automatically have a 10-point head start.
That
Don't
is
know why.
okay.
Yep. So, good thing about this board, everything is automated. Most of it will happen automatically on its own. Um, you'll see 3 calculators, player A, player B. You've got a grey, a green, and I've got a red, you've got a grey, a green, and a blue. Player B turn tracks how many turns you've had. Victory points literally totals up everything on those zeros. And command points you will earn at the start of each turn. So at the start of my turn, you earn 1 command point, and so do I. At the start of your turn, I earn 1 command point, and so do you. So you then spend those on special abilities. So that'll go up on its own automatically. But if you spend them, you need to remember to take them off manually. Okay?
Okay.
Cool. Right. So first things first, up at the very top, where it says player 1 and player 2. I'm player 1 apparently because you chose blue. So click player 2 for me, and it will pop your name in there. Ain't that clever? Ain't that
Mm,
just clever?
mm. Fancy.
And then we pick a mission. So I believe that's these. Let me just shuffle, 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 shuffle. Why don't you have a secondary deck? What's happened to your secondary deck? Shouldn't matter because they're identical. So let's just give you a secondary deck and shuffle that. So from this primary mission cards, I want you to press R for Romeo on it a couple of times. And then when you feel happy, draw the top card. I don't know if you know this, but if while you're hovering over a card, you hold the Alt button, it will give you a bigger view, and you can use your mouse wheel to scroll in to see easier, so you're not having to face against the table kind of thing.
Yeah.
Cool. So, taking hold. The only points you can get on this are at the end of the command phase, or the end of your turn if it is the 5th battle round. The player whose turn it is scores 5 points for each objective marker that they control. Objective markers will come up shortly. So this is a primary mission taken hold. So we need a 1v1 prior nexus. Taken a hold. Does it give us a deployment type? I don't think it does it? Ooh, have you got a new thing here? Ah, no.
Oh.
Okay, right. I've got to keep now going through random until it gives us a taken hold. Okay, this is new. This is a new button that wasn't here last time we played.
Mm.
So that's good. So we're still on taken hold. It's given us the hammer and anvil deployment, which is 1 person at the north of the map, 1 person at the south. So we need to find a map that matches that. Let's go. Nope. Oh, actually, does it give us a building layout? It doesn't. So I guess we can kind of just choose anything we want here. Hammer and anvil is E, F, G, and H. Ah, okay, I see what's gone wrong there. Let's pop those back in. So we're on this set of maps. So there are 3 possible maps that we can use. Which one would you prefer? These are your building layouts. Grey buildings you cannot shoot through. Blue buildings you can, I believe. So which would you prefer?
I'm gonna say the top one.
This one?
Yep.
Ain't she fancy? So essentially, all the big solid buildings on this apparently orc world,
Yes, apparently.
those are full walls, meaning that anybody inside the grey area can shoot out and be shot at. If that would pass through, kind of thing. So these are full ruins. However, the little ones from these sides, those are actual visibility. So if you're here and I'm here and I can see straight through, as long as I can physically see your model, I can shoot it. Whereas in this case, seeing it doesn't matter as long as you're in the grey. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Walls are not real in Warhammer, basically.
Hmm.
Right, so
So basically
let me
everything's
just
armor piercing.
Uh, yes, basically anybody in cover can be seen from outside of cover is the way that they kind of want to word it.
Oh, okay.
So let me just go through muster armies. We've done that. Determine mission. We've done that. Read mission. We've done that. Place objective markers. Oh, that's a point. They're not on the board. Why are they not on the board? Done. Hammer and anvil. There we go. So each of these circles is an objective marker. The tiny little circle in the middle is a physical object of some variety, be it a warp totem, a beacon, a fallen soldier. It's something of importance to each faction. You cannot stop moving in. You can move straight through it, but you cannot stop moving in that central circle. You
Yeah.
physically cannot be there. However, from the outside of that inner circle to the outside of the bigger circle is exactly 3 inches. Any model that is within that 3 inches, even if it is just towing that line, counts as in control of that objective.
Okay.
So you can be technically in the buildings and still holding that objective because it goes through the edge of the building slightly.
Yeah.
As long as one person is just towing up against the wall. Right. Because of the objective is taken hold, if you've got a unit on any one of these points, you get 5 victory points every single turn for each of these you control. So these are our primary points of earning points. It doesn't even say they have to be in no man's land. So if you look at the red and the green barriers, let's say I'm behind the red and you're behind the green, which would be defender red, attacker green. That would be your zone. So the green is your home zone. The
Yeah.
red is my home zone. The middle is no man's land. You'll sometimes see objectives that say control an objective in no man's land or hold an objective in your enemy's zone, kind of thing.
Okay.
So it's important to know the difference. We will turn those off during the game, but we can also turn them back on whenever we need to. So, right, place objective markers, those are done. Create the battlefield, luckily automatically done for us. We don't need to worry about that. Determine the attacker and the defender. Look at the deployment card drawn and agree which edge of the battlefield are the attacker and the defender's battlefield edges. Then roll 1d6 each. Highest decides who is the attacker and who is the defender. I believe defender gets to place theirs first. Let me just check. Yes, so no, hang on. Deploy armies. Defender gets to deploy first. So usually I say green is attacking, red is defending. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, as I showed you earlier on your little board, go and roll me 1d6 if you don't mind.
Sure thing.
So you got a 1, I got a 4. If you
Ah.
look to the bottom left of where you just rolled, there's a kind of little extra window where you can see exactly what I'm doing with my dice,
Ah, okay.
which is quite nice. So you can see I can see you scored a 1, I scored a 4, so I get to choose who goes first, or rather, who sets up first. Right. Before we do that, because you've got a transport, I should teach you about transports. Oh no, sorry, we've got one more step to do before that. So, at the very bottom of your screen, moving around with you, you should have 2 cards that say tactical, and then a load of other just random cards. Do you see those?
Yes.
There are 2 kinds of game you can play, and we can both choose one of these each. We don't have to have the same one. If you choose tactical, then each of your turns, you'll draw 2 secondary objectives at random, and those will remain your secondary objectives until you complete them or you decide to manually pay points to change them. Or, from the ones in your hand, you can choose 2 fixed objectives. So those become your secondary objectives permanently.
Okay.
Most people don't do that. Most people go tactical. I've tried playing on fixed. You earn way less points. Way less points. If you get the right situation, it really can help, but you've kind of got to build an army around it and go, I am doing this objective, I know I can do this objective, and I'm going to keep doing this objective, scoring every single turn. Honestly, I don't think it's worth it. I would recommend going tactical, and I will be going tactical. Obviously, if later down the line, when you've learned to play, you want to play fixed, not a problem at all. So, for now, if you're happy to play tactical, we'll kind of just move on with that.
Sure.
So come up to the board again, the score point area.
Yep.
From your hand, drag your tactical cards and sit them in your secondary objective slots. You can just pull them from the bottom of the screen. Brilliant. Now, each of your other objectives, if you pick them up and while it's in your hand, right click the next one, you can grab them all at once.
Yep.
And then drag them up to where you just put your tacticals down. Put them on, flip them over with F, and then drop them on top of your secondary mission deck. And then, just for good measure, hit R a couple of times to shuffle it. So, at the start of our turns now, we will draw from that deck, essentially.
Okay.
Right, so I rolled first, so I rolled highest, sorry, so I'll go defender so that I'm placing first and you can see what's going on. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Declare battle formations. So, battle formations are where we look at each other's army and go, this is what's happening. So, if you come over to my side and look at my army, I am going to pull up this commander, and he is going to be leading this squad of little generic troops here. Until that squad dies, he is permanently attached to them, and as I said earlier, he can't be injured unless they've been taken out first. Essentially, they become a meat shield for him. I'm
Okay.
also going to take these Marines and put them in this transport because I want them to start in the transport. Just back further here, there's a board, like an extra big area. There's one that says transports, so I'm going to designate that Rhino Transport 1, and
Okay.
they sit on the number 1 so that they're in transport.
Yeah.
Deep strike and strategic reserves, not something we're going to be using this game because we need it. We don't have enough forces to. But there are certain abilities and certain units that you can. I could just say, you know what? Actually, I don't want my Raptors to start on the board. I want them to start in strategic reserves. So then at the start of in my movement phase of turns 2, 3, 4, and 5, I can say, right, now these enter the board. And where they enter depends on the turn. So turn 1, they're not allowed to enter. They're off the board for turn 1. Turn 2, they can only enter on my side of the board.
Yeah.
Turn 3, they can enter on my side or either of the neutral edges, as long as it's not within your zone. And then turn 4, they can enter anywhere. So I could bring them on in your back line, which is a strategy I quite like to do with transports, if I'm honest. I'll usually leave a transport fully laden with troops off of the board, and then turn 3, run it into the back lines as a bit of a, hey, focus on me kind of deal.
Yeah.
But again, in this situation, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
So those are in the transport. So if you would like to pop anybody in a transport, feel free. You don't have to. A transport can be used universally. Yours specifically is not a dedicated transport, so you can start yours on the board without units in it. You can just have it as a tank, essentially.
Hmm. I think what I'm gonna do
Um,
is. Hmm?
the two options you've kind of got are if you have your guys with guns in there, then they can get to a point of safety fast, set up, and start shooting. If you have your guys with swords in there, you can rush it into the enemy lines and get them into close combat quicker. Those are kind of your two options.
Oh, that's a lot of thunder outside.
Oh dear, let's hope it doesn't cut your net.
Yeah, it's only a moderate chance. Yeah, what I'm kind of thinking is 6 of them put into a transport.
You've got to do the entire squad. You can't split the squads.
That answers that
So
question. Okay.
so if you're running the close combat guys in there, they have to all go in there with any leaders that they've got if you were attaching them.
Okay. Okay.
Some transports have limited capacity. I've specifically made it so that that doesn't matter for you. But if you had a 20-man squad, they couldn't all fit in that transport. That can only take 11 people.
Yeah, I'll just not use the transport then.
You're going to run it as a tank. Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can put them, but there is rules for putting them into the transport again mid-game if you feel the need. Roger. Right. So, next step. Reserve restrictions. I've only got one thing in reserve, and it's in a transport, so there are no restrictions there. That's fine. Players take it in turns to set up their remaining units one at a time, starting with the defender. A player's model must be set up wholly within their deployment area. If a player sets up a Titanic unit and it is their turn to set it up, they skip their next setup phase. Titanics essentially cost 2 setups. If one player finishes deploying all of their units, their opponent then deploys the remaining units without having to wait, kind of thing. So the very first thing I'm going to do is probably set up my transport just behind this building here to keep him out of your line of sight. Now, anything on the grey box is absolutely fine for a vehicle to go there. If it can physically fit, it can physically fit. Just because that technically is supposed to be a fully in-walled building doesn't matter. That vehicle can drive through, and the same on your side.
Yeah.
So now I've set up mine. You get to set up one of yours. So either your tank, one of your squads, or your commander with the squad he's with, if you are deploying them as a single unit.
Yeah, I think I will deploy this. No. Controls be. Yeah, I'll put that. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I
press escape, and they'll go back to how they were. That's going to happen a fair few times. You're like, I'm just going to move them here. Oh, they've shuffled.
Yeah. And then what I want
Again,
is
do we need to rotate them while they're picked up?
that makes more sense. Yeah, these guys, I'll put them from here.
Okay. So again, because they're in that building, they count as in cover. However, as my tank technically can see them. Because that tank is in that building, I can
They,
see through the wall that I'm in, and I can see through the wall that you're in, if that makes sense.
yeah,
However, if I was here, no, let's say if I was here behind this building is fully in the way, and I'm not inside it, so I can't shoot through that building. Even if someone was on that central point, he can't shoot through.
Yeah.
Those gray zones are completely blocked by line of sight, essentially.
Okay.
So I'll put him back where he was. There you go. So my next one, I will set up my champion and his little dudes, and I'm going to run those similar to you in the central building. So you get to deploy your next one.
Alrighty, I'll put my tank. I shall put him here.
Okay. And then my last squad of men, I will put. I'm going to kind of bunch all mine up in this corner. Oops. Now they've got to be behind the red line, but these dudes can go through that wall. Tanks can't walk through it, but men can. They can just climb straight through that wall.
Yeah, okay.
Technically, I've got to move those back a little bit because their guns are poking through the red line. There you go. So your final, technically you get to deploy all of yours now because I've got nothing left.
Yeah. Captain, probably. Yeah, I'll put Captain's cover with that.
He's going to go with his assault squad.
Yeah.
Roger
We're
that.
just gonna go somewhere like that, which just needs to go farther back. Yeah. Alright.
Cool. So, just to confirm that dude is leading that squad, meaning he's attached to them and can only leave them if that squad dies. Just so you're
Yes.
aware.
Yeah.
Perfect. You know what? I completely forgot to put some music playing.
Yeah, I still need to find music myself of just something for the intro instead of just silence.
There you go. Play that in
So,
the background. Completely license-free game music. I just literally just pop it up on the browser, press play, and there I've got fully curated background music.
how useful.
Right, so that is deployment done. Redeploy units. So this isn't going to come into effect for us because we don't really have any, but certain units will have an ability called Scout, and it'll say Scout 6, Scout 9, Scout 12. A Scout 6, at this point, I would be able to go, right, everything's deployed, so I'm going to move him 6 inches because that's his scout range. I can move him up to 6 inches into no man's land, or backwards if I wanted to, for example.
Okay.
There's also another one called Infiltrator. Those don't have to set up behind the lines. But again, that's just information for future. We don't have any of those because I don't want to overcomplicate things.
Yeah. I want to
So
throw the
none of us have got
entire
any.
book at once.
Yeah, exactly. What I want to do is give you a basic overview so that then the next time we play, you go, I've been looking at this and I want to know what this rule means. And that's where we spend a little bit of time next time building an army with you and running you through, okay, what does this mean? Okay, what does that mean? Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right, so no scouts, no infiltrators, that's fine. Determine first mission. Determine first turn. So, despite the fact that I got to deploy first, that doesn't mean I play first. So, me setting up first isn't as much of an advantage as it feels like at first. So, we need to roll another d6 each. Highest gets to decide who goes first. I got a 6, so good luck.
Where's the...
You got a 2.
I'm just getting low rolls today.
Can I make a recommendation?
Hmm?
Come over here and choose a different color. Blue is notoriously unlucky.
Okay.
There you go. Clear your dice, and now all your dice are green. It's slightly better. It's at least average.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so standard rules apply. D6 is a six-sided dice. D3 is a six-sided dice halved. And then you've got 2d6, 3d6, 4d6, that kind of thing. So very, very standard rules for rolling. Right, now, with your army, I gave you a deck of cards. Just go and grab that for me.
A
That way.
deck of cards. Ah, yes.
Hey, Jerry. So if you click and hold, you'll drag the entire thing. And
Yep.
what I tend to do is pop them along there just so they're near my buttons and I know where they are.
Yeah.
I think yours are probably upside down, but just double
No, I just
check. No,
flipped
you're
them.
fine. And then just is the easiest way to do it. So they're nice and color coded. Blue is during anybody's turn. Green is during no, sorry, green is during anybody's turn. Blue is during your turn. Red is during your opponent's turn. Earlier, I mentioned that we'll be earning command points. This is what you spend them on.
Hmm.
So these are
Okay.
your army's special abilities. Yours are different to mine, and that kind of thing. So, for example, Onslaught of Fire, when you do it, is during your shooting phase. The target is one Adeptus Astartes unit. Whenever you see the word Adeptus Astartes, just in your head, read Space Marine. That's
Yeah.
all you need to know. So it's specifically one Adeptus Astartes unit that disembarked from a transport. So if you had started some in that transport, you could use that the second they climb out of it, kind of thing. And what it does is, until the end of the phase, each time a model in this unit makes a ranged attack, the target that targets the closest eligible unit within 12 inch. All of your hit rolls, when you roll your dice to hit, you add one to each of those rolls.
Hmm.
So they'll all do little things like that, but they cost these command points. So you kind of hold back a little here and then put pressure on somewhere else, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I've obviously got mine, which are completely different. Redeploy units, determine first turn, resolve pre-battle rules. So I don't believe you have any pre-battle rules, but I am just going to take a quick look. You are not a chapter. You are a standard chapter, sorry, rather than a supplement. Does not include one or more Blood Angels, Dark Angel. That's fine. Close range, ranged weapons, equipped by adepts. Models have the assault ability. Cool. So you don't have any pre-battle abilities. That just means it's nice and easy and you don't need to care. But some, and I think mine do, have a little bit extra that they'll do at the start of a turn or at the start of a fight. Faction, no filters. I was a veteran of the Long War. So for myself, if your army faction is Heretic Astartes, which I am, each time a unit with this ability is selected to shoot or fight, you may select a Dark Pact. If it does, it must first take a leadership test before the effects. If your army is include. So no, I also don't have any before we fight rules kind of thing.
All right.
Um, I do have some at the start of my command phase though. So I think we are ready to start. So let's get the board set up. Red player is going first. We're hammer and anvil. We don't need the deployment zones anymore. Start game 2, 3, and we are good to go. So the game is broken down into phases. I don't think we have a thing up here that tells us the order. No. Okay. So the phases break down into command phase, which is at the start of each turn, take stock of what's happening, have a look at the battlefield, and perform any special abilities that need to be done.
Yeah.
Then you go into your movement phase, which is where you move your units around the board and also bring people on from reserves. Then it's the shooting phase, which, if you can't understand that one, maybe this game isn't for you. Then it gets a little bit more complicated. Then you've got the charge phase, which is like an extra movement phase, but specifically for trying to get into close combat. And then after that, you've got the fight phase where you actually do the close combat. So charging into a fight and then fighting it are two completely separate phases. And that tends to throw people a little bit. So, because it's mine, I rolled the highest, I rolled a 6. I'll decide that I'll go first to give you an example, and you can see what's happening. So, during my command phase, select one unit from my opponent's army to be the focus of hatred. until the start of my next command phase, so this point next turn. Each time any heretic Astartes, so my commander, my raptors, and my standard gunners, but not my little dudes, because they're not Astartes. Anytime a model from your army that is a heretic Astartes and not a damned model makes an attack roll against the focus of hatred, I get to re-roll that attack. I just go, no, don't like it, re-roll it. So
Okay.
let's see who's actually in range. Or going to be, possibly. I don't think it's going to matter, so I'm going to select your intercessors, your ranged gunners at the back here. So
All right.
they're my target. I get to re-roll attacks on them, but not on anybody else. I don't think I do my thing here. No, I do not. Right, so at the top of the board, just behind my deployment zone, there's a big red command phase button.
Hmm.
If you press it, it'll go to the next phase, which is not something you'll do because it's my turn. But if you accidentally do press it, you can't end. You can go through my phases, but you can't end my turn. However, if I press it, it goes to my next phase. So now I'm in the movement phase. So I'll start with my tank because it's nice and easy. So if you hover your mouse over my tank for me, you'll
Yes.
see all of its stats. And this is where it starts to get a bit, okay, this is a lot of information. So it's called a Chaos Rhino. Rhino just being the designation of tank, Chaos being that it's a bad guy's one.
Yeah.
It's got 10 out of 10. That's its hit points minimum, current and maximum. So for that's the wrong button. If I get rid of that, I can damage it or I can heal it using my number pad 2 and 3. 2 to damage, 3 to heal, and it'll update in real time, which is quite nice. Underneath that, you've got your core statistics. Every single unit, be it a flying ship, a little creature on the ground, or the biggest titan you've ever seen, they all have these same stats. M is movement, so it can move 12 inches. T is toughness, which is my armor rating. SV is save, which is if you do manage to get through my armor, I've got a chance at saving myself. W is wounds, that's how many hit points I've got, which I was showing you earlier. LD is leadership. That only comes into play in specific points when when you've been scared or you're retreating and things like that. And OC is not original content, it's objective control. So that defines how, if he's on an objective, how much in control of it he is. So if I'm going to move my tank 12 inches, so I'm going to pick it up and move it 3 inches there to get him around the building. And then I'm going to move him 8.5 inches there, which leaves me with essentially half an inch of movement left. But he is now just towing that objective marker. So he is applying 2 points of objective control to that marker, which means if you want to take it from me, you've either got to kill me and take me off of it, or put something on that point that has a total of more than 2 objective control, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's literally a numbers game. If I put 15 on there, which is a really high number, but you put 16 on there, it doesn't matter, that's your point. You control it. So he's going to stay there. I am not going to disembark my units just yet. They're going to stay in there. If you have a unit of mixed profiles, the lowest always takes place for movement. So my Chaos Lord has a movement of 6 inches, and luckily, so do my cultists. But if the cultists only had 5, the Lord could only move 5 as well. You always move at the pace of the slowest one, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, I'm actually going to leave them there, because that is a control point as well. So I want to leave those there to hold that. Similarly, your Rhino, your Razorback, you are on that control point. So by leaving it there and using it to fire on anything that gets too close, you're holding an objective and supplying suppressing fire kind of thing. So it's not a bad place to put it.
Hmm. Yeah.
And last but not least, I've got my raptors, these are my fast attacks, so these are 12 inches. I'm going to have to move these individually because I want them specifically set up.
I assume they all have to move as a unit.
They can move in any order they want, as long as each individual model doesn't move more than its maximum.
But they
And
all
when they
have to move
finish their
together.
movement, as long as when they've finished their movement, they're within 2 inches of each other. So there's a thing called unit coherency.
Okay.
So that's fine. I mean, I'll show you an example. I couldn't leave this guy here because he's more than 2 inches away. That's an invalid movement. But there's fine.
But they do all have
So
to say clump together.
yeah, so if it's less than 7 men in a squad, they've got to be within 2 inches of one model. So you could daisy chain them out as long as you want. If there's more than 7 people, they have to be within 2 inches of two models. So they've kind of got to clump more into a phalanx rather than a battle line. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the end of my movement phase. I don't score any points right now just for owning this, because the objective that we got at the start specifically says that we only start scoring points at the start of our second turn. And this is my first turn. I've also
Okay.
forgot to do something. I haven't drawn my secondary objectives. So come up to the numbers at the top for me.
Mm-hmm.
And just next to my deck, I've got this little draw button. You don't do it just yet because you'd only do it on your command phase.
Okay.
Um, I've drawn one with a purple one, which is actually a good example. So if you hover over that and press Alt for me,
Mm-hmm.
you see how it says in the purple, it says any battleground fixed. And then
Yep.
underneath in the black, it's any battleground tactical. We're playing tactical, so the purple is ignored. The purple does not exist, essentially. If we were playing fixed, the black would be ignored and doesn't exist. Right, so this is the Calder Horde. At the end of either player's turn, if one or more infantry units that had a starting strength of 13 plus has been destroyed, I earn 5 VP. Now, I know for a fact you don't have anything with a starting strength of 13 because I built the damn thing. And your highest starting strength is 11. One per model. You've put your commander in this squad, so your highest starting strength is 11. That's as simple as. Your Razorback weirdly is the most expensive because he counts as 10. Because he's on his own, his starting strength is his wounds. So as an individual model, your Razorback is worth 10 starting points. And this squad, despite the fact that they actually have over 20 wounds, doesn't matter because they're a squad, it's not a single unit. They count as 11 one per model.
Okay.
So because of that, weirdly, I have to redraw that because that can't happen. It says at the very top, when drawn, if there are no enemy units on the battlefield to satisfy this condition, discard this card and draw a new secondary mission. So I just click the cross and draw in a new one. So this one is area denial. It's got two objectives, but I can only complete one of them. At the end of my turn, if one or more units from your army, excluding aircrafts, are within 3 inches of the center of the battlefield, and there are no units within 3 inches of the center of the battlefield, you get 2 victory points. If there are no units within 6 inches of the center of the battlefield, you get 5 victory points. So I can quite easily achieve that. So if we go to the center of the board, the very center of this objective,
Yep.
that is perfectly placed on the center. There will usually be a central objective, so it's always a good point. If I'm in that marker and you're not, I get 2 victory points. If I'm in that marker and you're outside that range, I get 5 victory points. So now you know that I'm probably going to be going for that marker because that's 5 victory points. That's a lot.
Yeah.
I could technically make it this turn, but I'm not going to. I'll say that right now. That would be suicide. I'm not going to. So, so for now, that one can be ignored. That's probably going to be turn 2 or 3 that I go for that. My other secondary objective is, if it is the first round of the battle, draw a new card, because again, this one can't happen. So that one goes back in because it can happen later, and I get a different one instead. If this is the first battle round, recycle it. If this is the first battle round, recycle it. Okay, we got assassination. When, end of either player's turn, one or more character models were destroyed. So this has now put a target on your commander's head, your captain, the guy who's leading that squad. He's
Yeah.
the only one that satisfies that rule. So now he's my target. I've got to get to the center of the battlefield, hold it as best I can, and also try and kill your commander. That will get me 10 battle points. So now you can kind of look at those and go, okay, based on that, I can see what he's likely to do and plan accordingly. Obviously, if I'd have drawn those first, like a normal person would, I would have maybe moved my units in a slightly different fashion. I don't mind. I'm happy where they are.
Yeah.
This is perfectly normal. What I am going to do is rush these people, these guys, the Raptors. What essentially I'm going to do is say, I don't want to take a shooting phase or a charge phase with these guys. I want these to just ignore that and focus fully on moving, which allows me to roll 1d6 and move that many extra inches. So they can now move 5 extra inches. And I'm going to do that just into cover there, so that they're as in cover as they can possibly be. Technically, he can't do that. The hitbox on that barricade's really weird. I'm specifically leaving them outside of the control point because I don't want to just rush in, get control points, and go, ha ha, I win. So I don't want to play unfairly.
Yeah.
So that is now the end of my movement phase. I've got nothing else to do in my movement, so I'll click that button and it goes to my shooting phase. I don't really have much in the way of a shooting force in this one, and the ones I do are all in the Rhino tank. So I'm going to measure up to fire with my Raptors on your command squad. Now I have what? Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? I have a PDF here somewhere with all my listings in, and it's hidden from me. Why can I not see it? Okay, I'll open it again. Black Legion Combat Patrol. There we go. So, Raptors have a range with their pistol of 12 inches. Your closest model, I think, is 16 inches. 15.6, call it 16.
Yeah.
So I physically can't shoot you. There's no way I can hit you at all. So that's absolutely fine. And the end of my shooting phase, because they're the only ones I declared an attack with. Nobody else is in. I know no one else is in range, so I'm just going to say 24 inches, 29. You know, I've got nothing in range. It's not worth it. So that's the end of my shooting phase. Nice and quick. I also know that there's nothing going to happen in my charge phase because there's nobody within 12 inches. The maximum range you can charge is 12 inches. So again, there's really nothing for me to do here. The closest model is 16 inches away. No way I can make that charge. Even if I could, I wouldn't. Again, that would be suicide. And because there is no close combat taking place at the moment, I also miss my fight phase because there's nothing for me to do here. So now it's your turn. So now you can see how quick turns can be in a small army when you know what you're doing. They go really quick.
Yeah. If you,
So we'll kind of run through this one slowly. I've kind of taken it at a pace to show you what can be done. But the way I want you to do this is we'll take it slowly, step by step. tell me what you're going to do. I'll tell you if it's viable, and I'll also tell you if it's a good idea or not. Because again, this isn't a proper game. I'm not looking to wipe the floor with you. Honestly, I don't think this army could. It's not that good. But I'm not trying to be mean about it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, command phase first. The very first thing that happens is you gain a command point. But this table does it automatically, so you'll see you're on 2 command points now. Meaning if you wanted to, you've got those cards to spend command points on.
Yeah. Which.
At the moment, they usually take place in specific situations during the shooting phase, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Which
The
is
next thing you
nothing.
want to do is draw your secondary objectives. So come up to the numbers for me and just click the arrow next to your deck. No redraws, I can tell you that straight away from what you've drawn.
Mm-hmm.
So you got Overwhelming Force. While this card is active, each time an enemy unit that started the turn within range of an objective marker is destroyed, you earn 3 victory points. So if this turn you destroy my Rhino, you get 3 victory points. If my Raptors were on the middle objective and you killed those as well, you get 6 victory points. If you also somehow manage to kill my commander and that squad at the back, who are on an objective marker, you get 9 victory points. However, there is a caveat in this one that the maximum you can earn is 5. So killing the Rhino and the squad doesn't get you 6, it only gets you 5.
Yeah.
So you can't just infinitely stack it. Now, the only problem with this is the second an objective is achieved, it's done. At the end of the turn, it is done. So if you achieve 3 victory points by killing my Rhino, and then don't quite kill the other guys, but there's only one guy left and you'll get him next turn. At the end of the turn, you earn your 3 victory points and that card's deleted. So you've got to get them all in one go, or you don't get to stack them, essentially.
Yeah.
And your other one is extend battle lines. If you, at the end of your turn, if you control one or more objective markers within your deployment zone, and one objective marker within no man's land, get 4 victory points. If you only control one in no man's land, you get 2 victory points. So you're already controlling one in yours by having that Razorback where it is.
Yeah.
If you run your assault squad up to either of those points, because it happens at the end of your turn, there's nothing I can do to stop you. I don't get a turn to react and go, actually, no, get him off that point. You can just put him on that point, and that's 4 victory points for you without me having a say, essentially. Obviously, the problem there is it might put you out of position and into a range where I can do some damage for you. So there's always a risk of doing anything.
Yeah.
Right. So the next thing to do is you do have where's my mouse gone? There it is. You have something to do with your Space Marine faction. Oath of Moment. At the start of your command phase, select one unit from your opponent's army. Until the start of your next command phase, so at this point next turn, that enemy unit is your Oath target, and each time a model with the Oath of Moment ability, which is your entire army, makes an attack against that target, you get to re-roll hits and re-roll wounds of 1. So who would you like to be the focus of your attacks this turn?
I'll do it on the Raptor champion. How do I points in this game?
Tab. Just click tab and it'll put
Ah,
an arrow down. You're not specifically attacking the dude. You're taking the squad.
right, squads.
So
No,
you
there are
can
no
yeah.
individuals in this.
There are to an extent. So if he was on his own, he would be an individual, and you could freely target him however you wanted. And also, there's certain abilities that have an ability, certain weapons that have an ability called precision. Those get to bypass the standard rules and target the commander, even though the squad is still alive.
Okay.
So if you had an ability, if you had a mission that said destroy a unit and get command points, and you used a precision to take out the commander, even though the rest of the squad is alive, you've still killed a unit because he counts as a unit on his own.
Okay.
If you then go on to kill the rest of the squad as well, you've actually killed 2 units, despite the fact that there were really only 1. Because you've killed the squad and the commander. Those are 2 units, regardless of how they're lined up.
All right.
So for targeting, you take the entire squad unless you have precision, but for scoring, they count as individuals.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. So I'm targeting your intercessors, you're targeting my raptors. Right. Don't think there's anything else for you to do there. So unless you want to play an ability from your cards within your command zone, within your command phase, that would be the end of your command phase.
Yeah, which I don't think there's anything useful.
Shooting, shooting, opponents, fight, shooting. No. So you don't have anything that you can play in your command phase. The
Okay.
only other thing you could do is if you follow me up to the top, all the way
Yep.
over here, the left hand sheet there has generic stratagems on there. This left hand one here.
Yeah.
Um, if you press Alt on it, you can obviously see it bigger. These are the same as your cards, but we all get to use them. You can use these once per phase, unless it says otherwise. So if you wanted to use the same ability multiple times, you could use it once in your command phase, once in your movement phase, once in your shooting phase, once in your fight, once in your charge. You couldn't use it twice in your command phase, for example.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you ever need to, there are some generic ones up there. Most of them are pretty rubbish. The main one that people use is new orders. So if you drew if let's say you drew a secondary mission that said go and capture the point in your enemy's control zone, nah, I'll pay a point and re-roll that. I'm getting something better, something I can score now, kind of thing.
Yeah, that made sense.
Yeah. The other good one, especially in this situation, is tank shock. If you decide to ram someone with a tank, definitely recommend using tank shock. Very good ability. So when you're happy and you're ready to move on, you would click the big blue command next phase button. Yonder. And now you're in your movement phase.
Yep.
So you can either look at your PDF that I gave you, or you can just hover over the units and check out their statistic. And it doesn't matter which order you move them in. If you move them in one order this turn and a different the next, absolutely fine, as long as they don't move further than their maximum and they remain in coherency at the end.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll be moving that squad up there, which is just no. How do I do the? Oh, it does do it already.
Yes, the measurement is built in. So what is the maximum movement of those guys? So they can move
Yes.
6.
Oh, okay.
6 is an average human, essentially, or an average combatant.
It's not nearly as far as I thought.
No,
Okay.
it's very restrictive. You also do have the ability to rush, like I did. If you want to get them further, you can roll 1d6, and they can move that much extra, but you miss your shooting and your charge phase if you do that.
Is that for just that
Although
unit?
technically, that would just be per unit. Yes, I don't
Okay.
think you miss your charge phase actually, because you guys have. Do you guys have that special ability? Let me check. Ultramarines, Assault
So,
Intercessor.
so
Each time a
shock
model in
assault.
this unit melee, reroll. No, okay, so no, they don't. If you use the extra movement, you don't get to charge.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, all I'm doing is just moving them further into the building, I guess.
Uh, you might need to you might need to move the commander separate because I think he's the one on just slightly on the outside.
Yeah.
Just makes it
Which
slightly too big.
I'll just do this.
Yeah, you can quite happily do that. They're towing the line, so they are within that building technically, um, and they're within 1 inch of each other, so they're within coherency. So you're absolutely fine.
Yeah. Rhino, it's not gonna move. Well, no, it's not gonna move. Then, but these things don't have the range to shoot, do they?
You have on you bolt rifles of 24-inch, so they can shoot the rhino, but they can't shoot the squad at the back.
No.
Well, they've just taken that the squad's moved. So yes, you can shoot that rhino from where you are.
Oh, in that case, I'll just stay where I am.
Okay.
How do you point without grabbing a unit?
Hover over a unit that you want to test your range from, hold tab, and then just drag a line.
Ah, okay. Yeah. I think I'm done then.
Okay. So when you're done with that phase, just again click your big blue button and move to your next phase.
Okay.
So now it's your shooting phase. So the only kind of thing that's a bit weird here is you can technically shoot at multiple things in a turn. Obviously, you can't at this point because you've got nothing in range. You only got one thing in range, sorry. But let's say you had a rocket launcher and a flamer and a melter gun. Each of those weapons can shoot at something different. You don't have to target the same thing. But if you are going to do that, you have to specify before you start firing. You couldn't go, okay, so this rocket launcher is going to target this tank and then shoot. Oh, I've killed it. Right. In that case, this flamer is going to target this thing over here. No. You've got to say rocket at that, flamer at that, melter at that,
They all
and
have it at
then
once.
start your shooting. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the only kind of restriction on shooting.
Okay. Um,
So let's have a look. If you, do you want to do your gunners first because we know they're in range?
sure.
Right. So if you highlight your entire squad for me,
Yep.
and then come back down to where your dice are rolled,
Yeah.
just to the right of it, there's a blue control board.
Ah.
Press press on the stat helper for me. There you go. And then because you've got the squad highlighted, click show weapon stats on this thing that's just appeared. There you go. You have 10 bolt. You have bolt pistols. Count 10. That makes a total of 10 attacks at 12-inch range. You have bolt rifles, total of 10, which make a total of 20 attacks because those attack twice at 24-inch range. You've also got some close combat weapons and a power weapon.
Yeah. Which it's gonna have to be the bolt rifle.
Yep. So normal units, normal men, they can choose one weapon and fire it. So in this case, if you were within 12 inches, you could choose to shoot the bolt pistol or the bolt rifle. Because you're outside of 12 inches, you're better off. You can only use the bolt rifle anyway, so it's not really a choice. Now, the bolt rifle has two special rules: assault and heavy. Assault means, well, let me just double check my wording on this.
Pulling it
Yes.
up.
So if you had chosen with this squad to move, roll the extra dice to move the extra little bit, these guys would still be able to shoot because they have the assault ability. So they
Okay.
can rush forward, gain the extra movement, and still maintain that level of fire with no penalty. They wouldn't be able to charge because they don't have the whatever that one is. But obviously, in this case, they didn't move. Now, weirdly, that's where the other rule comes in because they have the heavy rule. So the heavy rule says if you did not move and fire this weapon, you gain an additional benefit of +1 to hit anything you shoot at. So you basically stopped, taken aim, and improved your accuracy, which in this case was probably a wise thing to do.
Hmm.
So if we look at your bolt rifle stats, it's got 24-inch range, which we know because it says on the right there. It's got A, which is your attacks, 2. So every single time you fire this weapon, you're shooting 2 times.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
has a ballistic skill of 3. That's what you need to hit in order to score a hit. So ones and twos misses, three, fours, fives, and sixes all hit because it's a 3+. You have a strength of 4, which is just how strong the weapon is. An AP of 1, which is how good against armor it is. And a
Actually,
damage of 1, which means if it
actually, it's
does
negative
actually
one.
go through. Sorry, I always assume that if I say 1, 2, 3, it's -1, -2, -3, because
Oh,
that's the
okay.
better number.
Okay.
-1 is good, +1 is bad.
Wait, what?
So we will come to this in a moment. So
Okay.
we'll take it step by step. So because you've stood still, you're actually on 2 pluses for your ballistic skill, not 3 pluses, because you're getting that +1. So anything you roll, you add 1 to it, which means twos become 3+.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Perfect. So you need 20 attacks, so 20d6. So if you click the +10 and then give it a second and press it again.
Oops.
No, you're fine. It just if you click it twice rapidly, it doesn't always pick up the second one.
Okay.
So that's how many attacks you're making.
Yeah.
So click roll dice. There you go. You scored very well, to be honest. Um, the only ones that miss are these ones here. However, you're not firing at your oath of moment, so that doesn't come into play, so that's fine. So we know all of those ones have missed. So left click the little red Dell next to the ones for me. Cool. Now the twos usually would miss, but because you've
But
got the heavy ability, those become threes.
yeah.
So they don't miss. So you've scored 15 hits out of 20 attacks. Pretty good. So that's where your ballistic skill comes in. All of that you've just done is purely for your number of attacks with your ballistic skill. That's you taking the aim and making the shot. Now it comes to your weapon, your bullet damaging my armor. Now, you've got machine guns and I'm a tank. Don't expect this to go very well. You may get a wound or two. You may get nothing here. This is going to be quite rough.
Yeah,
But you
probably.
may as well because there's nothing else in range.
Yeah.
So your weapon strength is 4. You need to compare that with the toughness of my tank. So
Which
hover over
is
my tank,
a toughness of 9.
9. So the way this works out is if your weapon strength is equal to my toughness, that is an equal roll, and you need 3 pluses in order to score a wound. If your weapon strength is higher than my toughness, sorry, no, 4. If it's equals, it's 4. If your weapon strength is higher than my toughness, you've got a better chance of hurting me. So you get 3 pluses that wound. If your weapon strength is double my toughness, then you've got a really good chance of wounding me, in which case it's 2 plus. So anything but ones would be a success. However, in this case, it's the other way round. So if it was even, if my toughness was equal to your strength, it would be a 4 plus. Because my toughness is better than your strength, you go to a 5 plus. So only fives and sixes will wound. However, because my toughness is double your strength, 9 versus 4, you actually need to roll sixes to wound now, because this is not a weapon designed to take on this target, essentially. So all those dice that you've got, all 15 of those, roll them again for me. And unfortunately, no hits. You scored no sixes at all, so there are no hits there. Which is unfortunate, but again, machine guns against a tank, that's
Yeah.
kind of to be expected. The next thing that's going to happen is probably going to be much more painful for me. So that's the end of their shooting phase. Who would you like to shoot next? What squad will be shooting next?
Um. Actually, this is just a. Ooh,
You're all right.
no,
Don't
what to
worry.
do?
You moved it slightly, but it's not really important.
Yeah, I'll just put it back wherever it was. What I wanted to do was just that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's straight
this
line
is
of
where
sight. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, this is where it comes in a bit weird because most of the time you'd think you've got to measure from the gun. But in Warhammer, that's not true. To represent the fact that vehicles are moving forward, swaying from side to side, people are leaning around corners, taking the best shot, if any part of your model can see any part of my model, you have line of sight. Now, you've already done something that most people kind of don't realize. You're in this building, but as we've said, you can shoot through that building, so that's fine. I'm in this building, but again, because I'm in the building, you can shoot through it. So yes, your tank has line of sight on that entire squad.
Yeah.
If you can hit one member of the squad, you can hit the whole squad. Doesn't matter. So if you can see any of them, all of them are available to take damage. However, vice versa, let's say you couldn't shoot through this building. Let's say that was completely blocked off. On the flip side, only this one raptor here actually has line of sight on your tank. So in retaliation, you could shoot every single one of mine because he's visible, but he's the only one who could shoot back in that situation. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Perfect. So you are right. You have line of sight. There's no contest there. It's not even close. You can see that squad. Because you're a tank, you can fire with all of your weapons. You don't need to pick which one you shoot with. You can unload everything. So if you do the same thing again, where you highlight it, and then come down to your board and click Show Weapon Stats.
Oops. I need to stop picking it up.
So there you go. You've got a twin las cannon, which is a 48-inch range.
Oh,
I
that's farther than I
guarantee I'm in
thought.
range.
Shit.
Um, you know
48's off the
what?
board.
Technically, your line of sight doesn't quite nip around those buildings because you've got to avoid the grey boxes. That's what you're
Yeah.
avoiding. Um,
I wasn't
but if those
expecting to
buildings
hit
were
this.
if those buildings were slightly different, you would also have range and light of sight on that guy as well.
Wouldn't that be something? Just a tank on first turn,
Yeah.
just lighting up your commander.
Oh, well, that's what I did to Wasted. He put his commander on the front line. It's something called a Death Leaper. It's an infiltration assassin. So it's set up really far forward. And I set up my commander at the front of the army, like come get me kind of thing. Because I know that, well, I didn't know this, but Death Leaper has precision, meaning it could jump in and ignore the squad and just kill my commander. So Wasted was like, haha, free kill, leapt it through the air, to which I got one of my tanks to fire Overwatch and just blitzed it out the sky. It never even landed. I just instantly vaporized it with my big guns. So that was literally the first move of the first turn of the game. We set up, we did everything. He moved his Death Leaper. I obliterated it. It's certainly possible, and there's a lesson to be learned from that. The
Yeah.
rule is big guns never tire. We always be firing. Right, so we've got your last cannon, so we'll do that first. In fact, to be honest, that's the only weapon you've got because the other one is a melee. So you only get one attack because it's just one big cannon designed for taking down tanks.
Yeah.
However, it's a strength 12, so the odds of you not hitting me are pretty good. The odds of you not hitting me, sorry, are pretty bad. So, one attack, ballistic skill 3. So you need to roll a 3+ in order to hit me.
Alrighty. And just roll it now and
However, that's not a bad thing in this case because you're firing against your oath target.
guys.
So you get to re-roll that and miss.
I thought you said green was better than blue.
I didn't say green was better than blue. I said blue was cursed. Let's not put words in my mouth. Pick any color you like. I am not in charge of that. So unfortunately, that has missed. There's nothing I can do to help you there.
Yeah, just big giant
Just miss.
blast bolt through the Just above them.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, these are guys with jump packs. So as they've come landing down into the building and they've buckled their knees from the impact, a laser bolt has come through a window where the guy's head would have been half a second later. Like, oh fuck.
There's a tank there.
I think I found the Razorback. Cool. Right. So, unfortunately, that's the end of theirs. So now it's your other squad. Now, I believe they are in range. Oh, maybe.
I think they're just out of range. Yeah.
I think they're
13 inch.
12.9. So,
If
what's
they
the weapon your commander's got? I know your commander has a heavy bolt pistol. He's got a range of 18 inches, so he can attack, even though the rest of the squad can't.
Hmm. All right. Well,
Oh,
why
actually,
not?
no, they're all on heavy bolt pistols.
Wait, they are?
They all have 18-inch range. So even the back one is literally point 0.1 of an inch in range. They can all fire.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So I've tried to do this on as many armies as I can as a test. Do you see on the stat sheet where it says plasma pistol standard, plasma pistol supercharge?
Yep.
The little arrow next to it means you can fire one of those. It's not that you have two plasma pistols. You're choosing which fire mode you want to shoot. So even on a tank or anything like that, if it shows those two little symbols, you only choose one to fire. Okay?
Yep.
So in this case, you have 9 heavy bolt pistols on your squad, 1 plasma pistol on your squad, and 1 heavy heavy bolt pistol on your commander. So probably, let's just see. The commander has a better ballistic skill, so you're going to have to roll that one separately because the heavy
Okay.
bolt pistol ballistic skill 3 versus heavy bolt pistol ballistic 2, or pick a different color dice. Your choice.
I mean,
So, if you're doing it that way, put in 9 additional dice for me, 5 and then 4. So now you've got 9 blue, which represent your squad, and 1 green, which represents your commander.
yep.
So the blues need to hit 3+. The green needs to hit 2+.
Right. Okay. I understand how to play this. Okay. And then just roll it now?
Just roll it now.
Well, that's not good.
You are firing at your oath target, so you get to re-roll anything that's failed here, not just ones. So start with the highest, which would be the 2, and press the little white button next to it. No, that was a 3.
Oops.
That one had already hit. So the one above it.
I
There
misread.
you go. So that one
Rerolled a
that
2
one
for a
definitely
2.
failed. Yeah. So that one definitely failed. So get rid of it. Just press the delete on the red next to it.
Yeah.
Now re-roll the ones.
That's better.
All of those hit. So you got after the 4 shots that missed, 3 of them actually hit. So that's pretty good. So now all of these have a strength of 4 against my raptor's toughness of 4.
Nice. Yeah.
Now, there is a chance that you could kill me here, which means we need to do something called an ordered roll because we need to know the order in which the shots happen. So instead of clicking roll all dice, click ordered roll for me. And then we read them left to right. So the first shot, you need 4s to hit because it's 4 on 4. Equals is always 4+.
Mm.
So the first shot missed. So ignore that. Or delete it, your choice. This probably best to delete it if you're going to drag them, because they roll
Yeah.
weird. The second shot hit. So that's fine. You've scored a hit. Third and fourth they missed. So delete those two. Get out of there. Fifth one hit. Sixth one missed. Seventh one missed. 8th hit, 9th missed. So weirdly, a really low set of rolls there. For evens, you should have scored a little higher there. So this is where I now get a chance. So this is how much you've done to me. You've hit and successfully wounded 3 times. There's no way now that you can get to my commander because the
There's
bodyguards have more than 3 health total.
yeah.
But I still need to save against these. So I know I need to roll 3 dice because that's how many you've done. And I need to do saves of 3 plus because my SV is 3 plus. So nice and easy. Add in 2, roll it. Two bounced off my armor, 1 went through, which means one of my guys, let's say the guy at the very front, he suffered a hit. And he's on half health now.
Hmm.
So if you hover over him, he's now 1 out of 2.
Yeah.
Had you done 1 more damage, he would have been destroyed. Now, this is a good point to show you another weird mechanic that they've done. Because he has taken damage, the next time this squad takes damage, he has to take it first. I have to assign all my wounds to one model and kill it before moving to the next and killing that, and then the next and killing that, and then the next and killing that.
Yeah.
It's to stop me from going, I'm going to put 1 on him, 1 on him, 1 on him, 1 on him, and 1 on him. So then they all get to fire again next turn. No, he's dead. He's done. Get out. You don't get to fire, kind of thing. Right. So I think the only thing left now is your plasma pistol, which is a 12-inch range, and so sadly doesn't get to shoot this round. Oh, sorry. No, give me 1 second. Your bolt pistol is AP -1. So this is where the minus being good comes in. AP -1 means whatever I roll on my save, I reduce that by 1. So
Mm.
this 4 and a 5 actually become a 3 and a 4 and a 3. This 5 and a 4 become a 4 and a 3. Luckily for me, 3 is still the lowest, so I still don't take any additional damage. But had that been AP -2, I would have took 1 more damage because your armor penetration kicked in.
Yeah. Would have been fun times for you.
Excuse me. Yeah, that would have been a dead dude essentially because 1 more damage finishes him off. So that's the final shot you can take. Let me just have a look through your cards and see if there's anything we could have done there. Embarked. Okay, that might have been worth it. So let's have a look at that next time. End
Wait,
of
which
fight
one was?
phase. You're shooting for the onslaught of fire.
Oh,
No,
I
sorry,
just.
the immolation protocols. Until the end of the phase, any torrent weapons, which you don't have, equipped by models have devastating wounds, meaning that anytime you roll a 6, I don't get to save against it. I just take the damage. It goes through my armor completely. So I don't think you've got any torrent weapons, so that one's kind of a card you won't be able to use.
Okay.
The other one was shoot until the end of your shoot phase. And it makes an attack. Okay, so the Crucible of Battle would have been good, but it only works on things within 6 inches. So it's when you're charging in and firing there, but that would have made all of your wounds when you rolled those. That would have been a 6, a 4, and a 7 because it adds 1 to them.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a way of getting a few more hits. No sustain, no lethal. That is fine. So that is the end of your shooting phase. If you could press the button for me.
Boop.
So now's the charge phase. Now this is a bit of a weird one. The maximum you can charge is 12 inches. Yes, vehicles can charge as long as they go around buildings when they do so. So this physical wall, you would have to take some of your movement to go there, and then the rest to go in, kind of thing.
Okay.
So because the maximum you can charge is 12 inches, we know everybody's out of range. So we're not going to be doing any charging this round. So I think that is the end of your turn. So you're going to have to skip your charge phase and skip your fight phase for this one.
Okay.
Because there's nobody in close combat, nobody's physically in a melee, so there is no fight phase.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And then
So
it's off to you.
that is battle round 1 complete. Always good to take stock of things at the end of battle round 1 because that's where things tend to happen. Now, because it's end of battle round 1, nobody scored any victory points because the victory point thing didn't allow it from the primary mission. That's only from the second battle round onwards.
Yeah.
So now is where we start scoring. However, turn control no man's land. No, don't. So you don't control anything in no man's land. So your secondary doesn't come into play. Each time an enemy unit that starts it, no. So unfortunately, you've also scored nothing on either of your secondary objectives. Which again, first round, that's to be expected.
Yeah.
So now's where the scientific calculator comes in.
Oh.
You'll see under here you've got PRI, Sec 2, and Sec 1. That's primary mission, secondary 2, secondary 1. This being secondary 2, this being secondary 1.
Yeah.
Whenever you score points, just add them onto there, and it'll total it at the bottom for you. Automatically. Nice and easy. In round 2, we'll do it in this row, and then this row, and then this row, and then this row, so you can see what you scored and where. I scored 2 points in this one, 3 points in that one, nothing in that one, kind of deal.
Yeah.
Right. End of your turn. Didn't get that one. Didn't get that one. So I also scored nothing. So that entire first round, nil point, no score. Right, so my command phase, I get to choose my new target of hatred. I'm going to switch that target, and I'm going to put it on your assault intercessor squads, the one with your commander in it. Those are now the ones I want to do damage to.
Alrighty.
I don't think I have anything there that I need to do. I don't want to do a Dark Pact just yet. And I don't need to roll any new things. So I have nothing to do in my command phase at all. I feel like I'm missing something and I can't think what it would be. Nope. If I can't remember it, it clearly wasn't that important. Right. So first things first, I will end my command phase and go into my movement phase. I'm going to move my rhino 4 inches that way, spend an inch rotating him up to 90 degrees. So that's 5 inches total. And then move him the remaining 7 inches there. So he is now solidly on that objective. I'm going to move my raptors. Do you guys have the cool raptor charge thing? While an enemy unit is within 6 inches of this unit, each time that unit takes a battle shock, subtract 1. No, no, no. No, no, no. Right, so I don't want to advance with these, so I'm just going to move them there 12 inches. To there. So now I control that objective as well. Oh, sorry, no, there was one thing I needed to do at the end of my command phase. Because we're on the second round of battle, at the end of my command phase, get 5 points for each objective marker you control. The raptors weren't on one, so they don't count. The rhino was, as was my commander, so I get 10 victory points for holding those 2 points from the primary in my command phase. There we go. Right. Do I want to move you guys up at all and try and hold that middle ground as well? Yeah, why not? Let's take a risk. I'm going to choose to advance with my Chaos Lord squad, so I'll roll his D6 one extra movement and get 1 inch. Great, thank you. It's really helpful. You can
Very
move
low rolls
7
today.
inch. It's not been great, has it? So, unfortunately, that leaves them out in the open. Kind of didn't want that, but yeah, you get what you get. You roll your dice, you take your chances. So, weirdly, the movement phase is broken down into 2 steps. One is your movement, and then the second is your reinforce. So now I've finished moving, I'm going to disembark from the transport that I'm in, which
Hmm.
brings on my other squad from off the board. The rules are they have to be within every single individual model has to be within 2 inches of that transport. So if I do that, they have to be within that circle.
How do you
They
pull
can be
that off?
partially within it or wholly. On your number pad, press 4 to expand it and 5 to shrink it.
Ah.
Really helpful. Thinking about it, if you go down to your stat sheet, and click on the range of the heavy bolt pistol, I think that still does it. No?
Nope.
You used to be able to click on there and it would give you the range around them, which was always handy, but for some reason they've removed that. So let's. You're not going to be able to fit in there, are you? Nope. Right. Okay. So I can't actually deploy them there. I've got to deploy them at this side because they've got to physically fit. You right? Hang on. Let me turn my pickup strength down. That's probably going to help. The hitboxes are so weird. Like that should definitely fit there, and it's just not.
It
Okay,
looked
we're
like
gonna
it
have to
was
go that way.
settling down for a second.
It's not that it's settling. It's that if you look, the hitboxes on the Rhino is really weird, and he's bouncing against something that doesn't exist.
Ah, yeah, I see now.
So that's a problem. All right, stay there. There we go. Right. So because the transport moved, they cannot move. The transport has used up their movement. If it had stayed still, the transport it could have disembarked them, the transport gone one way and them go another. But in this case, I wanted them all kind of where they are. So they have to now stay where they are. And that is the end of my movement phase. Shooting. People disembarking from a transport can shoot, but they cannot charge unless unless the transport itself has a special ability, which I don't think yours does, and I think mine does. No, it does not. Okay. Interesting. I thought those did. So that doesn't matter. Shooting phase. I'll go with the Space Marines who just disembarked first. Get rid of that. Turn on my helper. Show weapon stats. So 20 bolt guns. 10 bolt guns at 24 inch. So the one at the back is within 20 inch of this squad, has full firing capabilities for the entire squad. Yeah, cool. Everybody can see, even this guy who's weirdly at the back here, he does have line of sight on the target. I also have bolt pistols, but those are part of the same set, so those don't matter. So 20 attacks. These are at 3+, I'm not firing at my target of hatred because we switched that over, so I lose everything of 2 and below. There are no special rules on my bolt gun, so that's fine. So, my bolt gun has a strength of 4. What is the toughness of your intercessor squad?
The
I've kind of
toughness.
not the assaults, the ones in the building at the back.
Oh, yeah. That would have a toughness of 4.
4. So I've got to get 4 plus to hit. To wound, sorry. So that's 14 dice at 4 plus. Now, you're actually in cover. Let me just double check what cover does exactly, because that's a weird one. It is... Cover improves your... Ah, God, I can never remember this. Where's my special rules? Rules, 10th ed, command phase, shooting phase, fight phase, chapter approved, battle round order. I can never remember what cover does.
It's on a Warpickia one, right?
It should be in the main core rules, but for some reason that's the one rule thing I haven't actually saved. I've saved all the individual parts of it, but not the book as a whole. Units dead sheep, blah blah blah. Embark, rerolls. Benefits of cover, terrain features. So you are in a ruin. Benefits of cover. Each time a ranged attack is allocated to a model, if that model is either wholly within this terrain feature or is not fully visible to every model in the attacking unit, you gain the benefit of cover. Your benefit of cover is add 1 to the armor saving throw. Does not give a benefit over 3 plus if AP is 0. Multiple instances are not cumulative. Okay, Roger, got that. So the cover doesn't affect my shooting you or this bit. It affects you saving against the damage, essentially. So 4 pluses, anything lower is a bust. I scored 9 hits. So now you need to roll 9 saving throws against your SV value, which should be 3 plus for those guys.
So 9 saving throws, you said?
9 saving throws. What's your save rating for that squad? What's your SV value?
SV is 3 plus.
Cool. So my AP is 0, meaning you don't get that save modified in any way. And unfortunately, because cover can only take you to 3 plus, you don't get any cover from benefits of cover either. So 3 plus is what you're aiming for. Anything with a 3 and more is saved. Anything with a 2 and less is injured.
So that's 4
So
hits.
4 hits. So that squad takes 4 wounds total.
Alright,
So that I think kills. I think that directly kills 2 people. You get to choose which ones are killed.
yeah. How do you take down the health points?
That is number 2 on your number pad.
Ah, so just kills these 2, I guess.
Yep. And then what I tend to do is move them off the board back to your side rather than deleting them, because if you ever need to bring them back for some reason later, you've got them handy.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's that squad's firing done.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think my Chaos Lord is going to have range. He's got 18 inch. My Rhino has 2 combi bolters. So that's 2 attacks each, totaling 4 at 3 plus. I'm going to fire that at the same squad. So 1 miss, no rerolls. Oh, actually, what's the range on that? You're over half range, so I don't get my rapid fire ability. So the combi bolter has something called rapid fire 2, meaning that if I have a range of 24, but I'm firing at something that is under 12 inches, I get to make 2 extra attacks, essentially. You're at 14 inches, so I don't get it.
Yeah.
So 3 of hit. It is a strength of 4 versus your toughness of 4. So 4 pluses, which means 1 additional miss. So could you make me 2 armor saving throws at 3 plus, please?
You said 3?
2 at 3 plus.
Wait, what do you mean 2?
So you're rolling 2 dice, and
Yeah.
those dice need to score 3 or more. Sorry,
Confused me
both
there.
saved, no damage.
Huh?
Yeah, absolutely fine. The ricochets off the building, bounces off your armor, you duck out the way. Perfect. So next I will go for my raptors because they're the only other ones who can shoot. Now this is a bit of a weird squad because it's a bit of a multi-hitter. So I have 2 pistols, 1 plasma pistol, and 2 flamers. I'm going to do the flamers first because those don't roll to hit. Anything in range, if the squad is in range, they hit automatically because they're what's called a torrent weapon. It won't really matter this time either because cover's not really giving Space Marines much of a benefit, but flamers also ignore cover. So you're well within 12 inches, so both of the flamers can hit you. Each of the flamers do 2d6 attack. No, wait, that's not right. Each of the flamers does 1d6 attacks, but there's 2 of them, so it's 2d6 in total. So what this means is I have to actually roll to see how many times I'm hitting you. It's not a case of this one does 3. It might do 1, it might do 4, kind of thing.
Hmm.
And we got a total of 6, which is exactly average for 2d6. He couldn't really ask fairer than that. So that's 6 dice in total, with a strength of 4 against your armor of 4. I have switched my targets, so do I get to reroll wounds on there? Introduction, blah, blah, blah. Army rule. Veterans of the Long War. No, I only get to reroll my hits, so that doesn't take effect. So all of those are gone. Could you make me 3 saving throws against your commander's squad, please?
3 saving
So,
throws. I have a 1, 4, and 2 5s. Right?
where are you getting? No, so
Did I
the
screw
number
this?
I've rolled just dictates if I've hit or miss. It doesn't dictate what you're rolling against. So whenever someone asks you to make a saving throw, it's always the SV value of your unit. So if you hover over one of your assault intercessors, and they should have, I imagine, an SV of 3 plus.
Yeah, 3 plus.
Cool. So 3 plus means you don't get cover, so it's still 3 plus. And my weapon is AP 0, so it doesn't modify you in any way, so it's still 3 plus. So 3 dice at 3 plus.
So that, what, does 3 damage
Uh,
then?
no. So you need to save against these 3 attacks by rolling 3 dice and getting 3 or more on each of them. So
Oh,
I've basically hit you. You're just seeing if it actually hurts you now. So 3 dice.
so what I just did earlier. Okay.
Yeah, it's coming exactly the same. All saved. So those flamers just wash right over you, and you don't even care.
Okay.
So that seems to have been a kind of snagging point. So we'll go over what happened again there just to make sure. So
I think
because
I
it's a
just.
flamer, sorry.
Hmm. I think I was just got too far ahead.
Sometimes the vernacular can confuse things as well. The way I say things isn't always. it speeds things up for people who know how to play, but it's not always the best for people who don't, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So because it's a flamer, I don't make an attack roll because they're torrent weapons and they just bathe the area in flame or whatever fluid you're pumping at them, essentially. So my strength of 4 for the weapon versus your toughness of 4 for the armor meant I needed to roll 4 pluses on those 6 attacks. I only scored 3 of 4 plus, so 3 of those attacks succeeded, which means you need to save against those 3 attacks. And your save is always your SV value modified by the AP of the weapon. However, in this case, because the AP was 0, it's just a straight roll of 3 plus. You scored 4, 4, 4. 4 is higher than 3. You take no damage. Which sucks for me, because that now puts that squad in a very dangerous situation.
Yeah.
So, remainder of the shots, they do have a bolt pistol, 2 bolt pistols, and a plasma pistol to go. So, I will do that for the bolt and green for the plasma. I'm going to do... I'm just going to do a standard shot. I'm not going to make it into a hazardous one, just to make things easier. So all of those are ballistic skill 3, so I need to roll 3 pluses. The plasma pistol failed, but it's against my target of hatred, so I get to re-roll it. Cool. All of those hit, because they're all greater than my ballistic skill of 3.
Yeah.
So the red dice, those need to score 4, because it's strength of 4 versus toughness of 4. However, the green dice is a strength of 7, which is greater than 4, so that only needs to score 3, because it's better than your toughness. So reds need to hit 4, green needs to hit 3, if that makes sense.
All right.
Which means only the green one hit, and I don't get any rerolls on those. So get rid of those. So now you need to make me a saving throw, just the one. However, this has an AP of -2. So whatever your save is, you need to reduce the roll by 2, because my AP is reducing your armor. So
Okay.
because you need to score a 3 plus usually, you now need to score 5 pluses because of that AP -2.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense.
Yep. And you save it.
Okay.
So that squad fired every single weapon it had at point blank range and did literally nothing. That's a problem.
Yes.
That's put me in a situation where I was really hoping to take down a few more of those before I got into melee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Well, that's the end of my shooting phase. Right. Charge phase. Bu-bu-bum. Just reading one of my rules, bear with me. Any of the following units in your army. Each time it's selected to shoot or fight. Okay. So, charge phase. I am going to charge, even though it's now suicide. I am going to charge into that squad with my guys.
All 5 of them.
Charging is all 5 of them are going to come running in because that gives me the best chance of survival now. So the way you do charging is you have to roll 2d6 to see how far you can charge. The only ones I can get, technically I can get them all, but for the purposes of this, I'm going to aim at these guys here. I want to be over this side. So in a normal situation, I could quite happily charge into that wall because the wall doesn't exist for movement as long as you don't stop in it, essentially. Anything of an infantry standard can move through it. Mounted and tanks and monsters, they can't. They have to go round. So these guys could charge in, but I want them over here. So I need to get a minimum of closest to closest 5 inches is the absolute minimum I need to score here. More than enough, 10 inches. I got double what I need. Now, the rules are for charging, you have to move towards an enemy. You can't move away, which obviously makes sense because I'm charging. Oh, what's going on here? Why is that? There we go. However, if you imagine that there is a 1-inch ring around each of these units, every single one has a little pink 1-inch ring. The second I cross that ring, I have to stop.
Okay.
So I've got to make a straight line charge across there, and that puts me to there, essentially. I have to stop there. The rest can do the same, up to 10 inches. I'm going to make him go 7 there, and then 3 in. And then the rest are just going to charge headlong in, essentially. Because what I'm trying to do is optimize the amount of people who can attack. Now, I'm not charging with anybody else, so that is the end of my charge phase. Let me just check my abilities. Fight phase, movement, shooting, focus of hatred. Okay, cool. So that's the end of my charge phase. We're now in the fight phase, and this is where I've actually learned something about this since last time I played. The order in which you fight is weird, because all of the fights are happening at the same time. So to kind of make it easier and to split things up, they've given us something called fights first. Anybody who has this turn made a charge automatically gets fight first. Once everybody who has got fights first goes, even if your guys have got fights first as well, you sometimes when I charge you, you can still have fights first. In this case, you don't. After all the fights first have gone, then the rest of the units go, but it starts with you. So because I'm the one who's making a charge, you get to decide which of yours defend first, essentially, outside of fights first. It won't matter too much in a small game like this because there's not likely to be multiple fights going on at once. But it's good to know that if it's their turn and they've charged, whoever's turn it isn't gets to do theirs first. So you don't have any fights first, which means you miss this phase. I do have a fights first because I charged. So this entire squad has been given the ability fights first. And my weapons consist of what? Astartes chain swords, close combat weapons, and accursed weapons. So I'll do them all in stages. I'll do them in that order. I'll do chainsword, combat, accursed. So my first set of attacks is Astartes chainswords. There are 2 of them, and each of them makes 4 attacks. So I get 8 in total. Close combat is always much more, higher dice numbers than most long-range weapons. I have a weapon skill of 3, so 3 pluses to hit. I get to re-roll my hits because... actually, give me 1 sec. No, it's fine. I get to re-roll my hits because I'm fighting my enemy. Roll dice. Didn't need to. All 3 pluses. It's a weird roll. You look at a roll and you're like, that's not right. That's statistically very improbable. My weapon strength is 4 versus, I believe, your toughness of 4. Is that right? You know what? I've completely missed a step here. We'll go back. I'll keep that roll, and that's how many I've hit. I don't want to change that. But I've missed a step. So after the charge phase, and we're all in range like this, at the start of the fight phase, there's something called piles in, which allows units to kind of make a little bit of an extra movement in order to get into range of the melee. The rules for this are each individual model must move up to 3 inches and end closer to its closest model. So, for example, this one at the back here I believe his closest model is this guy here. Because he's 1.4 away, whereas he's 2.2 away. So I could move this guy with the flamer, but he has to end closer to this guy here. So if I move him around there, he's now only 0.8 away. So despite the fact that I didn't move directly closer, I have ended up closer, and that's fine,
All
essentially.
right.
And the only other ones that can move are those, and that's pretty much all they can do. So when determining who can fight, anybody within base contact gets to fight. So this raptor with a flamer is in base contact with this marine, and thus he gets to fight. Anybody who is in base contact with somebody who is in base contact also gets to fight. So despite the fact that this raptor champion is at arm's reach away and there's a dude in between them, he still gets to fight. However, if there was somebody there, which there isn't, he's just imaginary,
Mm-hmm.
he wouldn't be able to fight because he's not in base contact with somebody who is within base contact. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. So he doesn't exist. So all of mine are either in base contact or within contact of somebody who is, so they all get to fight. So my weapon strength of 4 versus your toughness of 4 means I need 4 pluses in order to hit. That was not good. And I don't get any rerolls on those either. So that is 4 attacks that have succeeded on that first salvo. And they have an AP of -1. So could you make me 4 saving throws at -1 AP?
And that's just moving everything down by 1.
Yes. So 3s become 2s. You would need 3. So 1 has failed, 3 have succeeded. Meaning one of your guys takes 1 damage.
All right.
Actually, let me check my weapons damage. Yes, 1 damage.
So
Nice and easy.
this guy right here was controls.
Uh, 2 on your D-pad. On your numpad, sorry. There you go. Next, I have close combat weapon on my sergeant. Oh no, they're my upgraded troops. So close combat weapons. Basically, I'm hitting you with the butt of my flamer. They get 3 attacks each, and there's 2 of them, so that is 6 attacks total. All at 3 plus. Jesus. Reroll my hits because I'm at my hated target.
You know, the board itself is blue, or the tabletop.
Yes. Don't understand where that comment has come from.
Well, you were saying earlier how like blue is cursed.
Oh,
So the
yeah,
entire
no.
table is blue.
The whole thing is cursed. So, luckily for me, all of those attacks hit. It has a strength of 4 against your toughness of 4, so again, it's 4 pluses. Ugh. So they all hit, but only 1 actually did any damage. And it has an AP of 0, so you need to make me 1 save at an AP of 0. And you save it perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Last but not least, I have my accursed weapon on my champion. So he has 4 attacks on that single weapon, and his ballistic skill is 3 plus. Rerolling the 1, all hit. His weapon strength is 5 against your 4, which means he actually hits on 3s, not 4s. So he got 2 successful hits. And that is AP -2. So 2 saves, AP -2.
All right. And then that I would be save throwing, right?
Yes, so 2 dice. And knock them down 2 points for the AP. So 5s become 3s, 4s become 2s.
Yeah.
So at a save of 3+, you take 1 hit and 1 save. And this weapon only does 1 damage, so that's another wound, meaning that guy who took the first wound is probably dead now.
All right.
Just get rid of the rings around him. There we go. And that is the end of my combat. Now, despite the fact that it's my turn, you actually get to fight back. So you get to come at me in my own turn for a melee. So
Yeah.
the first thing you need to do is you get 3 inches of movement to move each of your units directly closer to their nearest unit. So you can do this in any order. If you want to bring your captain in 3 inches and leave the rest behind, by all means do so. If you want to put your captain at the back and you're not bothered about him being in the fight, move the other guys in closer. And
Yeah.
yes, you can move them to the other side of the wall as long as you end closer to me.
All right. We're gonna move this guy up, take the place of his brother. This guy crawls through the window,
Nice.
ever honorably. This guy also goes through. Yeah,
It was 0.4 over, so yep.
meant to get that close, but
Now he can't go there because from where he was 2.6 inches away, and that puts him at 2.7.
ah.
So
So
he
make
actually can't go there. He's got to drop a little bit closer.
yeah. Had a
Perfect. He's now
feel.
1. He's now 1.1. And again, you can fight through the wall, so moving them into this corner is perfectly valid.
Yeah. So at that point, the chapter.
Yep.
He's not chapter master. He's just sergeant.
Yeah. He count even though the wall's in the way, he counts as in base contact.
Yeah. Then actual captain's gonna come and help with
Okay.
that. And these two are just gonna not climb a wall. They're just gonna get close as they can.
So, by my reckoning, the only one who cannot attack there is him at the back who you've just moved. Because he's not in base contact with somebody who is in base contact.
Yeah.
So everybody else gets to attack,
Well, what's the distance for base contact?
physically touching the base. It's not a distance thing. We don't do it in tabletop sim because it causes all kinds of feckery, but you're physically supposed to move that so that the bases are touching, essentially.
Okay. Okay.
So base contact is physical contact. So because the way you've got these two at the back here, it leaves a gap in between which this guy can't bridge. So
Yeah,
he's the
okay.
only one who can't. Obviously, this guy can because he's within
He's
base of him, who's within base of him.
okay.
Everybody else is
Okay.
fine. And it also weirdly doesn't matter who you hit either. So your commander is over here. If he rolls an attack, it can still hit this guy over here, even though they're not in range.
Yeah.
Every single person in that squad is available to take damage, essentially.
Except that guy.
Except that guy, because he's out. Weirdly, if I was attacking you, he could take damage, but he couldn't deal damage.
Hmm.
Because the rules are that any squad that is able to take damage, all members of that squad can take damage.
Okay.
Okay, so if you highlight all of your guys by control clicking them, you've got mine there as well.
I
If you
see.
just hold control and individually click each one,
Oh,
you'll add them to your list.
I
And
think I put
obviously, accept that guy at
no.
the back.
No, I had to update it anyways because someone died earlier.
Ah, so hold control again and reselect that guy at the back who can't fight for me. Oh, so yeah, you essentially
Oh,
want to select everybody who can fight. Is what
I
I should have said it
selected
that
one
way.
too
Yeah,
many.
yeah. There you go. Show stats. So this is your up-to-date weapon stats. Now, the only ones you're looking at are the bottom 3
Yeah.
because they're anything with a ballistic skill doesn't take place because ballistic is shooting. weapon skill is close combat. So you're only looking at your WS weapons, which is the bottom 3. So
Okay.
this is where it gets painful for me, because you have 7 Astartes chainswords, each of which makes 4 attacks. So
Yep.
that's 28 dice you now need to roll.
Okay. So 10, 20, 5, 8.
Give me 1 second. Phase 10 modeling next attack.
Wait, I
Right.
already had.
You have Crucible of Battle right now. This card here. So this is a good point for you to use this. You can see in the bottom here, you've got 30.
Oh,
So
so I was
yeah, so if
counting them
we
individually.
do 25, 26, 27, 28,
Yeah.
and then it says you've
Okay.
got 28, totaling 28.
Okay, that
So
makes.
Crucible of Battle now's a good time to play that, because sorry, no, that's my fault. It's only in your fight phase. When it comes to your fight phase, play that card.
Okay.
If I survive that long, if I'm honest.
Which, let's be honest, we might not when you're looking at this
No,
army.
it's a very good chance of me not surviving.
Yes.
So you are looking for 3 pluses on this.
That's a lot.
You haven't had your command phase yet, and so my raptors are still your oath target, meaning you get to re-roll any of those that missed.
Which are the ones and twos?
So now I've kind of shown you the basics of the dice roller. I'll start showing you the more advanced stuff. Instead of left clicking on the ones and the twos individually, right click on the highest number. So the twos in this case. So right click
So,
on the white number 2s there. There you go. It
ah,
re-rolled your ones and your twos for you at the same time, because it
I was
re-rolled
wondering how you're
anything
doing that.
below. So unfortunately, that only gained you 2 extra hits, so you can now delete the twos and the ones.
So
Again, by
then
right
just.
clicking, you delete everything below.
Okay.
There you go. So 23 of those 28 went through. Annoyingly, a lot of those, 7 of those, were critical hits. But your weapons don't have critical effects, so that's
Hmm.
really unfortunate.
Hmm.
So you'd see below here, you've got lethal hits and sustained hits. Those only happen on criticals, and they do additional things.
Hmm.
So your weapon strength. In fact, I'm gonna let you work this out and to kind of talk through it. Let's see if you can work this one out. So you've got 23 hits at the moment, and this is with your Astartes chainsword.
Which has a strength of 4 against your toughness of 4.
Yep.
So that's just flat
Which,
even.
yes, my champion also has the same toughness, so we don't need to worry about ordered rolls here either.
Yeah. At
So if it's evens,
which.
it's 4 plus.
Is that a reload or re-roll of everything?
So yes, so all of these are the ones that have hit. You're now rolling to see which ones actually cause damage. So just roll all dice again.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Now, you're against your oath target, so I believe you get to re-roll your ones, but let me just check. Get rid of that. Are we on the right one? Firestorm Assault. We are. Using Codex Space Marine Detachment, and your army does not include Blood Templars, Black Templars, Blood Angels, Dark Angels, Death Watch, or Space Wolves, which it doesn't. You add 1 to the wound roll. So all of those 1s are 2s, all of those 2s are 3s, all of those 3s are 4s. Meaning only your 2s and your 1s have missed there, with no rerolls available.
So just get rid of the twos and threes?
2s and 1s go away.
Yeah, twos and ones, sorry.
Perfect. So we're down to 16 that have caused damage, and they have an AP of -1 against my armor value save of 3 plus, which means I need to make 16 saves at 4 plus.
You're gonna have a fun time over here.
We have a different idea of the word fun. So I am going to ordered roll this because, again, this could do a lot of damage. So 4+ is a save. So save, 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 save. Not good.
Is
One,
that
two,
10?
three, 10 damage in sequence against. I've got to kill the one who's already damaged first. So he goes away. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That entire squad just got wiped out.
Chaos and
Done.
or
Done.
suicide charge, I guess.
It's. I'm not playing tactically. I'm here to teach you how to play. And
Well,
if
yeah.
I play tactically and keep them back and harass you, you're never going to
I would
learn.
not
So
survive.
yes, that squad was designated as pawn sacrifice, shall we say? So now that's the end of all the fights. There's no more fights left to do. Whoever survives gets a little bit of extra to do. Even though it's my turn, you're the victor of that combat, so you get to consolidate. With consolidate, you have two choices. You can either move 3 inches towards the nearest enemy target, as long as that ends you within their engagement zone of 1 inch, which I'll tell you now,
Not happening.
no, not happening. Or you can move up to 3 inches towards the nearest objective marker, as long as that leaves you in the objective marker. And I'll tell you right now, that does.
Right?
So you can consolidate towards that objective and start earning points off of it.
Which I believe I will do.
Yep. So up to 3 inches.
Is that per unit or the entire squad?
This is the same. That's the same difference essentially. If you want to move them all as a unit, they are all currently in coherency, so that's fine. You can just pick them all up and move them,
Okay.
or you can move them individually if you want to reposition them. So your choice.
I
Move
actually.
them forward. Move them forward a bit and then down a bit, and you should be fine there. So start. Yeah, we know what we're doing. That's fine. You know,
Yeah.
tell you what, these two moved 0.3 less. There you go.
Yeah.
So his toes are now in that command point. So only he is contributing towards it, and he has an OC of 2. So you are in the lead on that command point by 2 because you're the only person there.
All right.
Right, that is the end of the fight phase and the end of my turn. So during the end of my turn, I didn't get my secondary objective 1 because nobody was in 3 inch of the center, and I didn't destroy a character, so I don't get my secondary objectives there. So I score nothing there. So my only points in my turn are the 10 from the initial primary objective.
Character model? What's.
So a character model is anything that's listed as a character or an epic character.
Oh, so a
In your
named person.
yeah, in our case, it's my Chaos Lord and your captain. They're
Okay.
the only named people we have that are considered heroes, essentially.
Okay.
Right. So, end of my turn. Start of your turn. It is your command phase, so if you want to change your battle to your oath target, you now can. As the oath target is dead, I would highly recommend it.
Yes. I'm just.
Uh, Bear in mind, for the purposes of this, the Lord and the unit count as 1, but the squad and the transport count as 2.
Yeah.
Squad and transport. So you could designate the squad or the transport, not both.
What would. Trying to figure out how I would manage this.
Hmm. You've realistically got 2 options, I think. You
Yeah.
can either target the tank and try and use your squad to whittle it down with a bit of a, with your re-rolls getting more damage on it. That's a relatively middle of the road option. Or you could decide who you want to mess up with your assault squad and make a point of just beelining towards them with that. And that can be whoever you want it to be. Those would be my two choices.
Yeah, I think I'll do the target
The Lord and his squad.
the Chaos Lord.
Okay.
Have these guys go for that, and well, I guess that's for
Okay.
the movement phase.
Yeah. Okay, so your oath target is now the Lord and his retinue.
Yep.
Gotcha. Cool. So now we need to go through the objectives and see if you scored any points. So we do this usually we do this at the end of your phase, at the end of your turn, at the end of the battle round, and at the start of your turn. Those are the kind of key points at which you usually score. So primary objective. Do you control an objective? I believe you control two.
Yep.
One with your Razorback and one with your assaults. So add yourself 10 points on the primary objective on round two.
And round 2, you said?
Round two. Cool. So that 10-point lead I had, not scary now, is it?
Nope.
Secondary objectives. At the end of your turn, so that one doesn't take effect. And the
While
second one
active.
is while this card is active. So that happens at any point. You can just go, sure. Until the end of my turn, I am doing this. Kind of. Cool. So we're back on even footing.
Hmm.
I don't believe there's anything else to do in the command phase, so that would be the end of the command phase, unless you've got any stratagem cards you want to play.
Stratagem would be these cards, right?
That's these cards at the back, yes, or the ones on that board, but there's nothing there for you. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah. That one
Why
too,
have I
so
put
it's
my
not.
raptors on your side? Come
Yeah,
over
I
here,
was
you.
wondering about that earlier.
Okay,
I don't
so if not,
see
then I don't think
anything.
there's going to be much. I don't expect stratagems to come up too often in this game.
Within 12 inches, yeah, that's not gonna do anything.
Okay,
And yeah, nothing happens. So,
cool. So that's the end of your command phase. Now, movement phase, because you've already scored on this objective, your choices are stay there until next turn to score again, or move off of it. Bear in mind that you have a secondary objective that says at the end of your turn, if you control one in your own zone and one in no man's land, you get more points. You'll get an additional 4 victory points.
yeah.
So leaving them there will score you pretty much guaranteed 4 victory points. You could risk moving them off and trying to take that point, but you would need to roll 4 or higher on an advance roll, and that would cost you. That would mean you wouldn't be able to shoot or charge either. So
Yeah, I
both
wouldn't
are viable.
bother. I'm just gonna move all of them up 6 inches onto the center of the objective.
Sure. You might need to do them 2 and 2. Yeah, you should be fine. Put them at 2. Put them at 6.1. It'll be fine. There you go.
Yeah, close enough.
Close enough for government work. So now you've got what? 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that puts you at 16, 17. That puts you at 17 on your objective control now. 2 for each of those units, plus 1 for your captain. Because he only scores 1 for some reason. God knows why. Probably
He's a
because commanders
captain.
shouldn't be running. Yeah, probably because commanders shouldn't be running to the front line.
Yeah. It's also
Cool.
Warhammer 40k, so
Yeah. Ragnar leads from the front, let's face it. So anything else you'd like to do?
I was thinking about removing this Razorback maybe to the other side of the wall to get a better shot. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Bear in mind, if you move him off of that objective, you won't get your secondary objective either.
Oh, he's gonna stay on the
So,
objective. He's
what it might be worth doing is rolling him back to here, so he's still in the building, but has line of sight.
yeah. That sounds better.
I suppose it depends what you want to fire at. If you move back there, you're probably only going to get the tank, which
Yeah.
is not a bad thing. If you move the tank out and off the objective over here, you might be able to snipe one of the guys as well, but your choice.
Yeah. Don't need to do that. Just take out the tank first. And that has a movement of 12 inches.
Yeah, tanks be pacing it.
And I don't know, do that, right?
Yep. Yeah, he's still on the objective. He's only technically you'd cost yourself 2 inches of movement there by rotating more than 90 degrees, but you're not
Hmm.
moving your full anyway, so it doesn't matter. So that's perfectly fine.
He's still in the building, so yeah.
Yeah, he's any part of him is in that cover. He is in that cover. So, and last but not least, your intercessor squad. Are you intending on moving those or leaving those where
No.
they are?
Nah, leave them where they are. They had that heavy thing anyways. Or the heavy trade, right? Yeah.
Yes, if they stay still, they get the extra um,
Yeah, so that's all I'm
accuracy.
doing.
Cool. So that's the end of your movement phase.
And off to shooting.
Shooty shoot. So pick a squad and open fire.
Yeah, the tank. Goes in.
Easily line of sight. No argument there.
Yep. Which is just a one dice.
Yes, one attack, d6, 3+. That's a hit. So your weapon strength is what?
My strength is, which one's strength? Is it
The
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 SU?
S on the weapon.
Wait, what do I mean SU? Oh yes,
So
I see it now.
you're looking at you're looking at the weapon stats, not the unit stats.
Yeah, that makes more sense. 12.
12, and my toughness is 9. So you're greater than me, but not double. So 3+ to hit to wound.
And that's
Sorry.
a roll again.
Yes, single roll that hits. Now you do have an ability on there called Twin Linked on your las cannon.
Hmm.
On that second roll, to what's called the to wound roll, had you missed, you can re-roll with Twin Linked.
Ah,
Don't need to in this case because you've already hit, so it doesn't matter.
yep.
So, what is the AP of your las cannon?
The AP is 3.
3.
Fairly certain.
Eesh, ouch. Okay, so my save of 3+ has just become a 6+.
Oh, yeah. I have given you a terrible time.
And I rolled 1. So you have definitely damaged me. What is the D profile of that weapon?
The D profile is 6 plus 1.
A D6+1. So roll a dice, add 1 to it, and that's how much damage I take.
1.
Fortunately for me, I got lucky there. I only take 2 damage. So 1, 2, he is down to 8.
Alright, and
Roger
that's.
that. Ow.
Yes.
You got really lucky, terribly lucky.
If only it had been like a 4, it would have.
Yeah, I mean, 2
Just
good shots from that last cannon can kill a rhino, no problem.
yeah, but no, it just has to clip the corner of it.
Well, I am to put it into gaming terms, into old Warhammer terms. I am hull down. I am mostly obscured.
Yeah.
Cool. Next squad.
Alright.
Who are you firing with next?
be the interceptors doing their fancy thing of shooting with their mm, the damage is the same, so might as well use the bolt rifle.
Yes. Plus you got the better range on it. So, and
Yeah.
you've actually got one more attack on the rifle. 2 versus 1.
Oh yeah, and heavy trait. So when we're not gonna bother the tank again, we're gonna bother for the actual legion it just unloaded.
That's fine.
So what is that? That is what am I doing? 16? I want to six.
Six, yep, 16 attacks. 2 attacks each, and there's 8 of them. Yeah, you just need to like do a little half-second pause before you click the next one. It's really frustrating.
Yeah. And then roll. Right?
Yep. So your ballistic skill is 3. However, because of your heavy trait, your ballistic skill becomes 2. So only those ones have missed. And you're not firing at your oath target, so you don't get to re-roll them.
So that gets deleted. The ones.
Just the ones get deleted.
Alright.
So 12 successful hits. Your weapon strength of 4 versus my toughness of 4, so 4 plus. Ooh, that was
Ew.
unfortunate. So only 4 of those have hit. The 3s and below get deleted. That was really rough. I guess that tank's covering more than just that last shot.
Yeah. I mean half of your enemy is covered. Or
Yep, they're behind it. So, AP of your heavy bolt rifle, please.
the AP of heavy bolt rifle is 1.
Cool. Excuse me. Um,
Why are you
which
yawning?
means my
Gonna make
because
me
it's
yawn.
bedtime. So that means my 3 plus save becomes a 4 plus save, which means one of them saves, the rest take the hits. So that is 3 damage, I believe. I think you've got a damage profile of 1.
Uh
Yeah.
damage profile is yeah, 1.
Cool. So first legionary takes the hit, takes the second hit and dies. Second legionary takes the hit but survives. So that's 3 wounds. Cool. Um, and then you can't actually hit me with the other one because they're not in the building, they're on the other side.
Yeah.
So that would be the end of your shooting phase.
Boop. Charging, there's nothing in range.
Nope, nothing in range to charge, and you're out of the fight, so that's the end of your fight phase as well.
Off to you.
So, not yet. You got to do your
Oh
points
wait,
first.
yeah. Oh yeah.
So, at the end of the second round, you have a unit holding an objective in your zone and a unit of holding an objective in no man's land. So, give yourself 4 objective points for your secondary one on
On the
round 2
round 2 you said?
because it's the end of your phase, so it's round 2.
And you said that
Secondary
was
one.
secondary one, yeah.
Yep,
So
4 in total.
I was gonna say.
Not an objective marker, so that's fine. So now that you've scored points on it, you need to discard that secondary one. There we go. And you don't draw another one until your command phase.
Alright.
So, my turn, my command phase. I moved these off of the objective, so I'm only scoring 5 points because I've only got one objective.
I do hope that cough got cut out.
I didn't hear it, never mind stream, so
Okay, good. Then the cutting the microphone did work.
nice. Okay.
Yeah, it's literally brand new. It just has a button. I just turn off the microphone on the side.
I love those. I keep reaching for it on this headset, but I don't have it on this headset. My old one does, and I miss it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a Steel Series I just got.
Oh, which one did you go for? The
Uh,
Arctis.
the Artist one.
Okay. Does
Yeah,
that
the art.
have the roller on both ears, one for the total volume and one for the balance?
No, just to one side.
Ah, okay, because the Arctis, I got the sevens and the nines, and I absolutely adore them. I still use them to this day. I've been using them for like 6 years. They're
Yeah,
such good. Once you've gone with them, you won't go back.
yeah, I was looking at them. The one and the three were the wired ones, and the three wasn't in stock, so it's like, okay, I guess I'm getting the one.
Yeah, okay, fair. But yeah, no, Arctis is a good set. I recommend sticking with them. They've done me good.
Yeah.
Um, right,
I mean,
my command phase. I am going to designate. I'm going to designate your intercessors in the building as my hatred, and I'm going to try and kill those. So I get my reroll my wounds on those.
yes,
I reroll my hits. Sorry.
battle cry for the
Uh,
two of, well, actually one and a half fallen.
yeah, exactly. You don't kill clown. Clown kill you. Movement. First of all, I'm going to try and consolidate all of my legion as much as I can. Come on, into this cover. I'm going to do it unit by unit, otherwise it's going to get messy.
Oh, collision's terrible in this thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not rating these terrain set pieces at all. They're honestly quite trash.
So a one out and 2 out of 5.
No, no, they just don't work. They're a 0 out of 5. Okay, so those three aren't inside. Those are not inside.
Yeah.
Right. So that's those done. I'm then going to roll to advance with my rhino. So an extra 1d6 movement of 4 inches, making his total movement 16 inches. So that's
Rhino,
10.
Rhino got scared.
No,
Oh.
rhino assault. I'm going to have to move it back a little because I can't park it over the middle there. Yeah, Rhino has a plan,
Yes.
so that's fine. And then don't really know what to do with my lord here, to be honest.
Yes. As I'm just like super zoomed in at it.
Once per battle at the start of the fight phase, this model can use the ability, if it does, until the end of the phase, improve the strength, armor, and attack characteristics of all weapons by this model by 1. Once per battle round at start of the targeted a stratagem. If it does, reduce the CP cost of that by 1. While the bear is on the battlefield, each time your focus of hatred is destroyed, roll a d6. Okay, so I've not done anything there yet. I think. Oh, I don't know what to do here. No, I do. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take those and I'm going to advance them 6 inches and I'm going to put them in the rhino. I'm going to take them off the board
Oh.
so that your oath of moment isn't actually in effect anymore.
My oath of moment has been broken.
It has. I think that's a very sensible play for me there. Right. So that's the end of the movement phase. Shooting phase, only my legion can shoot because my rhino advanced, therefore it can't shoot. So they are going to open up with their 24-inch of range onto this squad here. More than enough. Even the furthest one. Not a problem. Show weapon stats. So that is 18 attacks with bolt guns. 10, 15, 18, 3 plus. Get to re-roll because of my hatred. All rolls re-rolled. That is rough. That is rough. 14 hits. 4 on 4 is 4 plus. All of those miss. So could you make me 10 saves at AP 0?
Yeah, camera behave. You said 10?
10 attacks, AP 0. So 3 wounds, that looks like to me.
3.
Anything? Yes, so anything of 2 or lower is a fail. Because you've got a save of 3 plus.
Ah, yeah, okay. Okay. So 3
So
hits.
3 wounds on your intercessors for me.
Not that one. I
So yeah. Full kill and 1 damage. Get out of here.
well, actually, I can throw them off the board, can't I?
Yeah, but they just teleport back in somewhere. And I don't really know where that's going to be.
Yeah, let's not figure that out right now.
So that is the end of my shooting phase. I'm not making a charge. I'm not making a fight. So that's the end of my turn. At the end of your turn, if you are within 3 inches of the center of the battlefield, and there are no enemy units within 6 inches of the center of the battlefield, score 5 victory points. I believe
Hmm.
you are outside of 6 inches. What with you being 12.
Double.
So that's why I rushed the Rhino in, because now it's a heavily armored target defending the central point.
Yeah.
So I get myself 5 victory points. On secondary 1, and you are deleted. I haven't killed a character, so that is fine. We'll get rid of that. I may re-roll that later, and that is your turn, good sir.
Hmm. Where did
So
those
who
come
would you
from?
like to designate as your Oath of Moment? Where did what come from?
The purple die.
Oh.
I clicked on this and they appeared.
Oh,
Oh, there it is.
cool. I didn't know that. So why does the range not work, but that does? That's weird.
I don't know.
Cool. So you can keep that command squad as your Oath of Moment. They do technically still exist. If you destroy the Rhino, they do come out.
Hmm. I think I'll switch still for a moment to the squad.
That makes sense. So now you need to draw. So we need to do your victory points. So you're holding 2 command points, control points. So you give yourself 2 sets of 5, so 10 total for your primary.
And that's on round 3?
Yes. Yeah, you can always see the battle round in the black one here.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Um,
And I have to draw a new card?
and draw 1 new card. If you're playing an incursion mission or there are fewer than 3 units from your army on the battlefield, which there are not, so that's fine. So this is a weird one. Anything that has that kind of box in the middle means that you need to use a unit to do that action, but in doing so, you're sacrificing whatever turn that is. So in this case, you would be sacrificing your shooting phase in order to recover assets. And you do that by, on your turn, 2 or more units from your army spend their shooting phase recovering assets on a command point.
Ah,
So you would have to lose, in this case, you would have to not shoot with your Razorback and also not shoot with your assault intercessors. If you did that, you get 3 victory points. If you
Hmm.
could somehow, hang on, yeah, it has to. It also has to be in a different control zone as well. So as we said earlier, where about these, your Razorback is in yours, so that's fine. Your assault intercessors are in the middle, so that's fine. That's 2 separate zones, which means your standard intercessors, even were they on a point, could not use this action because the only one that's viable for them at that point would have to be the one in my control zone
Okay.
because it has to be in 3 separate zones. So the most you can score with that one is 3 victory points, and you would have to sacrifice the shooting phase of 2 of your units to do it.
Hmm.
So if you want
Which
to do that, by all means keep it. If you don't, you can spend 1 CP to re-roll that card.
mm, I think I'm gonna re-roll it. I just don't really
Okay,
see
so
it being worth.
discard that one. Let me just see if it is discard actually. Yes, so discard the one you're getting rid of, and then draw a new one. So click the X and then the arrow below it. That's fine. So ignore the purple because we're not in fixed. While this card is active, each enemy unit you destroy gets you
Maximum
2
of
victory
5.
points to a maximum of 5.
So kill
So
free enemies.
once you've destroyed one unit, that card is going away at the end of the turn. So at that point, the more you destroy in a round, the better.
And then I had to get rid of the command points over here.
And drop yourself down by 1.
Yeah,
Cool.
it works for me.
Roger that. So Oath of Moment is on the Legion. Objectives have been drawn. That is the end of your command phase.
Boop.
Movement time.
Hmm. I thinking of moving a tank there, so it's both in the building and on the command point,
Yeah,
and that would work.
yeah,
Sure.
yeah. You've got more than enough movement to do that.
Yeah. I'll just put that there, or maybe put a little bit more so it's as better
Yeah, yeah.
range
I
of
mean,
view.
you've definitely got line of sight either way, but that's fine.
Yeah, just just to have that half
Yeah,
wall not, quote unquote, not be a problem. Uh, I have no idea what to do with these people.
yeah. So your options are come to the middle and fight my tank,
Which I don't
or
think is
leave
going to
them
end
there.
well. But there's also no
It
not. Mm,
could go either way. There's a lot of attacks there.
that is true, and these guys desperately need reinforcement from that and that. Again, the low AP. Well, you
But you
can't
are then
melee
moving
it.
off of a control point.
Yeah,
You can melee a tank.
you can't melee the tank.
Yep.
I don't know how that would
Bear
be.
in mind, bearing in mind the tank can melee back.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean you can get your swords and throw grenades in hatches and try and pry open bits to shoot inside. That's melee against tanks is perfectly valid.
there's no point to me staying on a. Well, actually, there
Well, you
is.
get 5 points every turn if you do.
Yeah. So if I do that, then I contest this point, which causes problems for you. Yeah, yeah, I think I will.
Okay.
So maximum movement of 6 inches. Ah, it's nowhere near close enough.
It feels a lot smaller the map, doesn't it? You feel like 6 inches, that'd be fine. No.
Yeah, but it still has the one guy on it, so I'm
Yeah,
still
you're
in.
still in
I'm
control at
still
that
in
point.
control at this point. It's just now I'm Just halfway closer to a tank, which is probably going to turn around the corner and shoot me.
I mean, it's a transport tank. It's not exactly got a main battle cannon on it,
Well,
has it?
yeah, it has more of a missile launcher, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a. I don't even know if I actually gave it that. Let's find out if I did.
Yeah, just combi bolter.
No. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't even. That's just a visual effect. I didn't give it its havoc launcher.
Hmm. All right, and I don't really see doing anything else being useful.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, on to shooting.
Shooty shoot.
Yes, shooty shoot. For which the tank said highlight. Tank goes first. Tank gets one dice and is going to shoot up. It's going to shoot up these guys
Okay. Uh,
and just roll it for a six. Okay. Am I missing anything? I feel like I'm missing something.
no, sorry. I'm just looking through some of my abilities.
Hmm.
So you've targeted. So it's just one dice to roll at 3+, I believe that was.
Yep, and I rolled a six.
So you hit. Um, so then it's your strength of like 12 versus my toughness of 4. So
Mm-hmm.
you're on 2 pluses to wound.
And that is roll again.
Yep. Roll the same. Anything that's hit, roll it again.
A one.
Add 1 to the wound roll because you're firing at your oath target. So that is a 2, which hits. So it's not a re-roll; it's an add 1. So the 1 became a 2.
Yeah. But then it's also my target, which I can roll again,
Yeah, that's
right?
that. No, you can re-roll your to hit, which is your first roll, and then
Oh,
you add +1 to your wound. So you scored a 6, you didn't need to re-roll it.
right.
You then scored a 1, add 1 to it, makes it 2, which is a hit, which is a wound. Sorry, a success.
Regardless, it's two.
Yes, so you have scored a 2,
Okay.
and you needed a 2, so you have hit.
So I
Um,
just kill
and I believe it
one.
was AP. Well, it was AP -3, wasn't it?
Yes.
So because I'm in partial cover, I make that AP -2, which means it's 5+ to save. He did not save.
So
How much damage does that do?
damage is a d6 plus one.
Yep. So roll yourself a d6.
Seven.
7 damage. So this is a really good opportunity because this is going to suck for you.
Huh?
See this guy at the front on 1 damage?
Yeah.
He takes that. He takes the 1 damage and dies. That's it.
Yeah.
There's no bleed over on that damage.
Just goes straight for his chest.
It just obliterates that one guy because a single attack can only damage a single unit.
Ah, I wondered.
Single model. So you've just lost out on 6 points of damage on that squad,
I had a feeling.
which sucks. Yeah, it really sucks. It's the only downside of firing an anti-tank weapon into a unit.
Yeah.
It's
And it's not like I have visual on that tank.
exactly that's why I tried to keep it out of your way to force you into that situation.
Yeah.
Cool. Next.
These guys get to they get to do their heavy bolt rifle,
Yep.
which is what? Is it
Uh,
14, right?
but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14. Yes.
I can just do that. Just click
Yeah,
the button.
that's actually really handy that you can just click that and be like, cool, that's how many I'm doing.
Yeah. And I don't need to do anything else. So just roll it.
Roll it.
I roll huh? What's the minimum again?
So, what's your ballistic skill?
The ballistic skill on the bolt rifle is 3.
Sounds right to me. But don't forget you've got heavy, so that knocks it down 1, meaning it should be a 2+ to hit.
Ah, so it's only the ones that miss,
But you've also got your re-rolls because you're firing at your oath.
which means
So
I can
re-roll your
re-roll
ones
them.
first.
Ugh, what's my camera doing?
Bye then. I just saw your hand go crazy across the screen.
Yep,
Yep, re-roll your ones.
those
So
rerolls.
every single one of those hits.
Yeah, and then I roll
Cool.
again for damage.
Which is 4 versus 4, so 4+. Add 1 to your wound rolls, so it makes it 3 pluses of your wounds,
And everything
meaning
above
2s and
that,
1s fail. Cool. And then I copy
it's
blue player's dice, so I know exactly how many I need to roll. And your AP is -1 on that weapon, is it?
yes.
AP -1, so my 3+ save becomes a 4+ save. Don't get any rerolls. So, sorry, I just deleted those. That is a 1 and a 3 that hit, a 4, 5, and 2 6s that save. So 2 damage, which kills off a legionary.
Mm, just
There's a lot of some good saves, if I'm honest.
yeah.
Right.
Just bleeding you out one by
Next.
one.
Hey, it works.
Yeah.
It's gonna start getting more effective as it goes on. So do you want to shoot my tank with your assault squad?
I mean, there's
There's a chance of
nothing
damage.
there's nothing lost doing it.
Yeah, there's a chance of damage. It's only time.
Yeah.
So this is the point where if you look at your weapon profile for this squad, you have something called a plasma pistol supercharge.
Yes. Hazardous.
This is kind of the point where you would use it because it increases the weapon's strength, meaning it's easier to get through my armor, but also it's hazardous. And hazardous is
On a one, that says. Test has failed. What happens if the test has failed?
so the exact wording is after the unit has finished its attacks, take a hazard test for each weapon used. For each roll of 1, a model with a hazardous weapon is destroyed. So the person firing it just dies.
Hmm.
If it's a character, a monster, or a vehicle, instead of dying, you suffer 3 wounds instead. But the guy firing this, I believe, is your sergeant, so he would just vaporize himself in the attempt.
Yeah. Well, I have the sergeant and the captain.
Oh, do you have 2? Nice.
Yeah.
No, you only got 1 with a plasma pistol.
What?
You've got eight heavy bolt pistols. Am I looking at the wrong squad? Let's just bring up the stats refreshed. Plasma pistol count 1.
Oh yeah, it's only
Your
the
your guy,
sergeant that has it.
yeah, I think your captain has a heavy bolt pistol.
And no? Yeah. Yes, it does.
Yeah. So
So
it gives you a chance of doing more damage. Bear in mind though that my toughness is 9, so it would still be strength 8 versus toughness 9. So it's a risk. I don't know if it's a good risk.
it's only one person now.
True.
Yeah, I'll take the risk.
You're going to take the risk. So let's do that one first then. So
So
one shot at 3+.
rolls a
Just testing, but he
6.
definitely is in range. Yeah. So that's a definite hit. So then it's your strength of 8 versus my toughness of 9, so 5+.
Sits.
That's a wound. So it's already been effective. Now take your hazardous test. So roll a d6. On a 1, you fail. So he got the hit, but he also vaporized himself.
So he's just gone.
Straight gone. He doesn't get a save or anything. He just dies. So now my armor save comes into effect. You have AP -3 against my save of 3, meaning it is a 6+ for me to save. Saved it.
Blew himself up for nothing.
Yep. At least he didn't see the shot land and fail because he was busy dying.
Yeah, it's just... Uh,
Space
and, the,
Marine go pop.
and the captain's just telling all the other ones, this is why we don't overload our rifles.
Yeah, this is why we just slap in people's face. This is why we don't bring plasmas. But I had to give each army a plasma where I could, just to, you
Yeah.
got to see it happen. Yeah. So next is your heavy bolt pistols. Bearing in mind that your captain has a better ballistic skill, so his needs to be rolled with a different dice or separately.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a 3+ for all of them, except the yellow dice, which is a 2+.
Oops, I forgot to give the... that goes away.
Yeah, that's fine. So you don't get any re-rolls because you're not firing at your oath. So the 2s and the 1s, those disappear. Those are gone. Everything else hits.
Mm-hmm.
So then it's strength 4 versus toughness 9. So you need 6s to wound, and I'm afraid you got none.
Uh-huh.
So one guy blew up, and a lot of shots ricocheted off my armor, essentially.
Yep.
Cool. I believe that's everybody. So
Yes?
to your charge phase. Are you going to charge my tank, or are you going to stay there?
It
You
is...
would,
Is there a limit to the
you would need
charge?
to roll 12 inches. You roll 2d6 and charge that many inches. So you would need to roll a 7 to get into range.
Yeah. Yeah,
So you need to roll average +1 to get into range.
I might as well.
Okay.
Pistols did nothing, so maybe the chainsaws will. And that is... What am I doing?
Annoyingly, the guy you just blew up has the melee weapon that's best against tanks. He has a thunder hammer.
Had a feeling.
So roll 2d6.
Is that just one
Just yeah,
double
just
set?
straight 2d6. And roll 6, 7, 8 inches. So each of your units can now move 8 inches directly towards my tank, and you can go through the building.
Alright. These guys are somewhere around there. You said 8, right?
8 inches. I'll be honest with you. There's no benefit to you being in that building. If it's easier to just line straight up, there's no benefit to being in that building.
Yeah. I think that's what's end up happening.
You can move those further. You only move those 6.8, so you could get those there. They don't have to be in a straight line or anything. Just move them all maximum distance as
Yeah.
close as you can, essentially. Right. So I believe that's the end of your charge phase. Bye then, charge phase.
Oops.
Because
Okay, so charge phase is done, right?
yep, that's the end of that one.
Now we're in the fight phase.
So because you charged, you have the fight first ability. However, I'm going to kind of mess that up now. Where is it? I'm sure I saw it. Where is it? Yes, here we go. So I'm going to use this ability here. At the start of the fight phase, one Heretic Astartes unit from my army, excluding Damned, that is within engagement range. I can't. Specifically of my focus of hatred. Carry on. Cannot do that. So,
Hmm.
you now get to move each of your units 3 inches to try and get them into range of me.
Alright.
So move the front ones forward to make as much room, and then move the back ones in to fill in the gaps.
Best I can do is
Yeah.
that.
It's a really awkward place. Now that we know that you can't stand on that middle section, this is actually a really good place for a tank to hold because it's going to be difficult to get him out of there.
Yeah. Said 3-inch maximum.
3 inches.
Maybe not that much.
Nice. Tiny little gap there for him.
Yeah.
Okay. So, by my count, your captain and 3 marines can attack there.
In range
Do
of
you
the
agree? In range of the tank, yes.
yeah, which is what?
So that is 3 chain swords, a power weapon, and 3 chain swords and a mastercrafted power weapon. So
Wait, does this guy count as inside the range?
no, he doesn't, unfortunately, because this guy isn't in base to base contact. This guy doesn't count either.
Ah, okay.
If this guy had 1 more inch of movement, he would have made it, but he just didn't have the movement.
Hmm.
That's what I'm saying. It's actually turned into a really good place for me to hold there because you
Yeah,
can't get close to me.
because of the stupid totem or whatever it is.
Yeah. So if each of those chain swords is 4 attacks, that is 12 attacks with your chain swords,
Or no.
and 6 attacks with your mastercrafted.
And so you right?
Uh, Hang on, which one have you selected that's out of line there? It should only be 3 of the marines that are attacking.
Huh?
It should only
Oh, it's
be 1,
probably
2,
no.
and 3 that are attacking.
Okay, so that's
Yeah,
what.
he's not quite in base to base contact. He's too far away, so it's just those 3.
Okay.
To be fair, that is one of those rules that if you were in a tournament, you'd be like, "Yeah, but come on, he really is, though, isn't he?" So
And
yeah, there we
that
go, 12 and 6.
okay. That gets rolled, and that's
Okay,
tank
so
is not my target.
this is where it gets confusing. So all of your purple ones need a 3+ to hit. So delete all of your dark purple 1s and 2s. Manually delete them. Don't click the white thing. Perfect. Now the lighter purple, the pinky ones, those only require a 2+. So all of those hit.
All right, and then that's
So
everything that hits.
yes.
And
So then your
now,
darker purples need to score. I think everything here needs to score 5+. No, sorry. Your darker purples are 6+. Your lighter purples are 5+. Ooh, 1 hit
wow,
with a mastercrafted power weapon. I mean, if anything was gonna hit, that's the best possible.
and that has a what?
AP -2.
Yep,
So that means my save is 3 up to 5. Saves it.
the
That is
hammer,
a
hammer
sturdy tank.
bounces. Yeah, bounces right off. Oh boy.
Pierced the armor, but the crew inside ducked. The bloody hell was that?
Just the sounds just rattling through.
Okay. So now, because you've got no one else to fight first, I get to fight back. And yes, my tank has 3 attacks with its armored treads. Weapon skill is 4+, so not great. Only 1 lands. You're not my target of hatred, so I don't get to re-roll. Oops, shit, hang on. Go away. My strength is 6 versus your toughness of 4. So I'm on 3 pluses to wound. So that is 1 save, AP 0. Please.
One save of a 5?
Saves, so no damage.
Yeah. You almost run his foot over.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, I'm fine.
No
And
destruction time. Hmm?
that would end the fight phase.
Okay. Off to yours, and I think I'm gonna step away for a second. It's been 3 hours into this.
Yeah, absolutely fine. I'll stick a BRB on and we'll grab a break.
Yeah. But
Back in a moment, folks.
yeah. I can even put up my little BRB test. Alright, see you in a second.
Welcome back, chat. Right. Well, enjoying this. It's been. I was worried that 500 points was going to be a little bit low. This has felt about right, to be honest. I'm going to struggle to take down that Razorback, though. That's going to be a problem. And actually, I do need to look up a rule that I'm not sure on. Downloads. Warhammer 40k. Core rules. Okay, I understand that rule, mate. Changes what I was going to do a little bit, but not too much. Let's catch up on what's been going on. So, how are we all doing, chat? You having a good one? So I'm just catching up with some Discord stuff in the background. I do apologise if I've gone quiet. Actually, I will quickly grab a drink, thinking about it. Oh, yeah, I think I've balanced this quite well. I mean, obviously, I threw my raptors away. That was to make a point and to show how easily combat can go wrong. Essentially, were they still alive, I would have probably charged them in at this squad, and then if they survived, taken them in on the Razorback. That would have been the sensible thing to do, and then gang the other two squads and the tank up on the assault marines.
Hello there.
Hello, welcome back.
Yep, sorry about that.
All good.
I just wasn't sure how long you were waiting.
Yeah, a couple of minutes. Give me
Ah,
give me a chance to get a snack and a drink, so I'm happy.
yeah. No,
Right,
it's
I am ready to dive back in when you are, I guess.
yes. It's kind of thinking that I was running around doing what I was needing to do was this game reminds me a lot of a game called Valkyria Chronicles.
Oh God, don't get me started on that bloody game. me and that game have issues.
Oh yes.
Tell you what, I will simulate an accurate game right now of Valkyria Chronicles. So you're doing really well. You've obviously beat one of my units. You're taking down some men from the other. You're doing pretty good. It's been relatively good. You've prepped for the mission well. You've used all the information they told you about. Whoops! Oh, we forgot to tell you. There's another army now. Bye.
Yep.
Oh, look here. Ah, it's all in your zone behind you, and you've got no defense against it. Now win. Go on, try. I dare you. Hate Valkyria Chronicles. I love that game. I hate that
It
mechanic
just
on
don't
it.
tell you half of the.
I got to the second mission against the Valkyrie, where you've got to keep your tank. You're trying to run your tanks across no man's land and duck them into little bunkers. 2 hours I spent doing that, and then I uninstalled the game. I was like, nah. I beat the mission. Uninstalled the game afterwards. I was like, nah, I'm done. Not dealing with this anymore. Such a good game ruined by bad mechanics. It's such a good game.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the actual mechanics, the actual one-on-one combat and the moving around and the AP system,
Oh yeah,
perfect.
it's
Can't
good.
fault
It's just again, it's like they don't tell you half of the mission file.
it. It's the mission profile. They just go, oh, here you go. Here's some stuff to contend with. Bye.
And they don't
Huh?
t they don't tell you where any of the objectives are. It's just like you have to go in. It's like, oh, the objective's over there. It's like I didn't bring
Yeah,
the units I needed for this.
yeah. That one where you've got to cross the no man's land, and you're in your trenches and they're in their trenches, and there's artillery strikes that if you're not one tier below the base floor level, you take damage. That was another one that took me a long time, and in the end, I just literally ran one of my lancers across and killed everything with them. I just dealt with everything. Just like no, everyone else can stay in the cover. I've got snipers galore.
I didn't
Just go and
have
kill things for me.
once bunkers were destroyed. I didn't have too much trouble getting through no man's land. It's just the tank went into a ditch for cover. I couldn't get it out.
You're the second person who said that to me, and I seem to remember that being an issue on mine. Though I did eventually get it out.
Were you on
I,
PC?
yeah,
It is an issue with the frame rate is locked to movement.
right. So the lower the frame rate, the more you move, or the less.
I think it's the more, or it's the higher the frame rate, the finer the movement control is. Because on a final
Right. Okay.
mission, there's a ledge you have to get onto, but if your frame rate is too high, your movement is too finite, you can't get onto the ledge.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
No.
you
Great game.
literally
I
have
will
to
never
cut
play
your
it again.
FPS down to 30.
That's ridiculous. Right. So I believe we are start of round 4, and it is my go. So, annoyingly, you've now taken that point from me because the people inside don't count as control. So I don't control that middle objective. I don't even contest it. That's just yours.
Yes.
So I only get the 5 points for my lead. Where are we? One, two, three. You're the wrong one. One, two, three, four, five. I haven't killed a character, so I don't get that objective. I will draw out my secondary objective, which is at the end of my turn, if you control one or more markers within your deployment zone and one or more markers within no man's land, get 4 points. If
Oh,
you
same
only
as mine.
control the one in no man's land, yeah, the one you just got, you just finished. I think I want to pay a command point to get rid of my assassination. I don't think I'm going to be doing that anytime soon. So I'm going to draw another one instead. So that knocks me down a command point.
Is assassination only
Did
for the captain?
yes, there's only one target for assassination.
Okay.
So it's for the amount of points it's going to get me. I don't think it's worth it.
Hmm.
So when drawn, your opponent must select one objective in no man's land to be a tempting target. If at the end of either player's turn I control that objective, I get 5 points. So which of the central 3 objectives would you like to be my designated target? Your two major choices are the middle one because you're fighting for it, or the far one because I've got to get to it.
Is it say I have to select it or?
You have to choose my target.
Ah, okay. Well, in that case, yeah, I'll make you fight for it.
You're making me run for the distant one.
Yeah.
Okay, that is my tempting target. Cool. So I am going to designate the assault squad as my target of hatred. I'm going to end my command phase. So, because you're in a really weird situation where you're in close combat with a tank, now's a good time to tell you this rule. You can't shoot into a melee. So my guys back here cannot shoot into that melee.
Okay.
The only exceptions are vehicles and monsters. If a vehicle or a monster is in melee, anybody can shoot at it, even people outside of the melee. So if you get your razor back into position, it can still target my vehicle, because vehicles and monsters can be targeted. However, you take a -1 to any hit dice. So if your ballistic skill is 3+, it becomes 4+, and so on.
Okay.
So anybody outside of the combat can fire into a combat, but only at vehicles and monsters. Vehicles and monsters can fire into their own combat, but only their own combat, even at non-vehicles and monsters, but they still take that penalty. So my ballistic skill of 3+ becomes 4+.
Yeah.
Now, weirdly, you're in a weirdly advantageous position here, because the other and more niche rule for that is if you are in close combat with a vehicle, you can shoot it during your shooting phase. Nothing about being in a melee stops you from shooting, but you can only shoot into your own melee, essentially. However, because you've got pistols, you don't take the -1 penalty. So your ballistic skill on those pistols is still 3+.
Hmm.
Not so good against a tank, but against some of the bigger monsters, can still do some damage.
Yeah.
So, movement phase. I did some checking on some rules, and apparently it's 3 inches for debarking from a vehicle, not 2.
Hmm.
So these guys are coming back out.
Oh dear, I expected this.
Yeah.
But hey,
So,
two titans could go against each other.
yeah. So anybody within 3 inch, as long as they are outside of 1 inch of your guys. So I'm going to move him back there, and that lets me fit you in there, and you in there. Okay. So, because that vehicle hasn't moved this turn, I now get to move these as normal. And I'm going to advance. So I roll 1d6, and they move 4 additional inches. So they have a movement of 6, making it now 10. I can't really do that safely, so I'm going to have to do it one by one. Okay, that's fine. So if they're going to go there, we know that they can all fit there in under 10, 9.6.
They're making a rush for the tempting target.
They can't this turn because that's as far as they can move. They can only charge at something. They can't charge at an objective. It's got to be at a fightable target.
Hmm.
So that's the end of my movement phase. My shooting phase. I'll start at my bottom side and we'll do the legions first. So that is 14 attacks at your intercessors. I haven't changed my target, so they're still my target of hatred. So that is 14 attacks at 3+. Re-rolling because of target of hatred. 2 fails means 12 hits. 4 on 4 is 4+. Ooh, that's bad. Get rid of those. So can you make me 5 saves at AP 0, please?
The camera will cooperate, yes.
Not in tabletop, it won't.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, and I fail 1.
So 1 wound, 1 damage.
Right? Just double checking I got that right.
Let me double check. No. You saved them all.
Well, it's the one I deleted
Nope.
earlier.
Oh, you deleted a 1. Okay.
Yeah.
Then yes, 1 damage.
And that was against.
So that would be the guy on 1 HP gets dropped.
Yep.
Whittling it down slowly. These 2 squads are just slugging it out.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Next is my Rhino. That's going to fire into its own combat. But I do want to check something because I think I've missed something here. Chaos Lord, Chaos Rhino. At the start of your command phase, this model regains 1 wound. So he should be at 9, not 8. Why is that not working? There we go.
Well, that's annoying.
Yeah, Chaos Engines like to regrow. Okay, and then it is going to fire both of its combi bolters into the squad it's in melee with. So that is 2 attacks each, times 2, because there's 2 of them. Each of which has rapid fire 2. So that's 4 attacks each. So 8 attacks total. 5, 6, 7, 8. Ballistic skill should be 3 plus, but because of the melee situation, it's actually 4 plus. So those 4 miss. And then it is strength 4 versus toughness 4, so 4 plus. 1 miss additionally, so 3 saves, AP 0, please.
Said free.
3. 2 failures, so 2 damage.
And that's on.
The melee squad, yeah.
Yeah, so this guy just. Yeah,
Uh,
just made that.
rem- the sensible thing to do here is remove 1 from the back, because the back one can't attack in melee, whereas the front one can.
Yeah, okay. So. Squirrel Wheel does that. He's just dead.
Okay. These guys can't shoot because they advanced, so that is the end of my shooting phase. Charge phase, I'm not going to charge with anybody, so that's out. And now this is where it gets weird, because it's the fight phase, but no one has charged this turn, which means nobody has fight first. So you get to choose who goes first. You get to pick which of your squads is going to do damage first. So weirdly, you get to do your melee before my tank does,
Hmm.
even though it's my turn. So, first stage of your melee, always move your units in 3 inches. You get to do that every time. So consolidate your guys in 3 inches per unit to get as many into range as you can.
Which. Yeah, that's just moving this guy.
Yeah, move him as far as you can into that so that he's in, and then the other 2 can do the same and follow him. And that'll get the most in, I think.
And that's good as we're gonna get, right?
Give me 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Coherency doesn't matter, it's fine. Yes, that should be good. So the only one who can't attack now is this one at the back.
But she's just
Everybody else gets their
stuck
attack.
because of the totem.
Yeah.
Actually, I could move him out, right?
You could shift him out here, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna try that.
And then make a space for him to come in and fill the gap. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So all of them are in range now. So go for your attacks. Don't forget to select them all to show your weapons profile if you've not already.
Yeah, I believe it's all of them. Yeah. And the attack one is. Yeah, no,
No,
I want
that's your
me.
heavy bolters.
want that.
So dark purple is 3 plus, light purple is 2 plus. You're not against your target of hatred, so all of
Just
the ones and
ooh.
2 dark purples get deleted. Yep, and then it is light purple is 5 plus, dark purple is 6 plus.
Alright, so roll again.
Yep.
Uh,
Ooh, that's a good set of rolls. So delete everything with 4 and below.
is it everything 4 and below?
Everything 4 and below. That's 10 hits. That's really good. So let me copy those dice. Clear copy. So the strength of your master crafted, your light purple, is AP minus. So your AP is -2, and your Starty's chainsword is -1. Okay. So roll dice. Each of those goes down 2. So that becomes a 4. I said that becomes a 4. There we go. And then each of those is 1. So I'll move those down there. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. So anything below a 3 does damage. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage in total.
Hmm.
Uh, your damage profile is 2 for the Master Crafted. So that is 5, 6, 7. Joking. 8, 9. Exactly enough to. Oh, sorry, no. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage total.
Yeah, I had a
I
feeling.
had I had 2 to each of them rather than 1. So I'm on 2 health left. A lot of damage. It's a lot of damage for a melee.
Mm-hmm.
Told you it was worth it. So now I get to attack back, which is Chaos Rhino, Armored Tracks, 3 attacks, 4 plus. Don't get to re-roll. Um, then it's 4 on. No, what's your strength? Strength 6 versus 4, so 3 pluses. So make me 2 saves, AP 0, please.
Got a 3 and a 4.
1, both saved. Well done.
Hmm.
My brain went into musical mode then, like, oh.
Yeah.
So, no damage. Cool. That is. Yeah, annoyingly, that's the end of my turn. It's not looking good for that rhino. I was hoping he'd last a turn longer. Right. End of my turn, I control 1 or more objectives in No Man's Land. That gives me 2 points. And that one is done. I'm not on my tempting target, so I don't get that. You'll go.
Alrighty. Now, I was thinking about this. This can technically see that guy.
Which guy?
Nope. That guy.
Mm, let's have a
It's
look.
very narrow.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But the question is it worth it to snipe one guy? Who's pretty weak as well compared to one of these guys.
Mhm.
And I don't have
Those
aim on a
those guys are
cast.
what would. No, you could technically hit him, but you're never going to do enough damage to kill everything and then damage him.
Yeah. Because again, it's just one round, so it only takes out one unit.
Hmm.
So better off just going after those guys. And it's not like this can be hit either.
No, that one was well positioned. I think you've got to either leave that point. Oh, your command phase. We need to do your victory points.
Hmm? Oh yeah.
So, take and hold. You hold 2 objectives, so that is 10 points on your primary.
Wait, I control this one?
Yeah, yeah. My CP is only 2. You've got 2 per unit. You're easily in
Ah,
control of that.
okay. So you said 10?
10 points. Um, you've not destroyed anything in range of an objective marker, but you may this turn because the tank might not survive. And you've not destroyed anything, so you don't get that. So that's all for your victory points for now.
Alright.
So movement phase.
Mm -hmm. I don't think anything needs to be moved.
Okay. So skip straight over to your shooting phase then.
Yeah. So the start off with the classic tank. Actually, no, we're gonna start off with these guys with the tank.
Okay.
And we already have it pulled up, so
Yes. No. None of them died, so it's the same stats. Um. Oh. Yeah. She's shooting, aren't you?
yeah.
Yeah. So you can only use your pistols in this situation, which is all they've got anyway.
So
Yellow is 2+, green's a 3+. You're not at your target of hatred, so the green 2s and 1s get deleted. The yellow should have stayed. Just pop a dice in and you deleted yellow. That one should have stayed.
oh right, free oops. Just pop that back.
Yep, that's fine. So then it is strength 4, so 6s across the board for your next stage.
So you said roll again?
Yeah, so all of your hits now need to roll again to wound, and you need to roll 6 pluses. So 2 wounds, which is AP -1, which makes my saves 4 pluses. I failed them both. They killed it with the pistols.
Hit the engine.
You ripped open a hole and shot in at my engine block. Right, okay, that's annoying. I needed that to last a little longer there. So, this has deadly demise. D3. If I roll a D, I need to roll a D6. If it lands on a 6, that tank explodes.
Maybe I should have moved him back.
It's fine. In all the games I've played, I've yet to see a deadly demise come off. It just doesn't happen. I got a 4. It just dies. No explosion.
No.
There you go. So, weirdly, they don't get to consolidate. They've got to just stay where they are now
Yeah, too
because
busy
they killed it in
celebrating.
the shooting phase. GG, well done.
Too busy celebrating.
Right,
There.
next shooting.
Yep, off to the tank. Which just it's kind of interesting. Each dice is custom colored.
Yeah, it seems to be weapon coded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, mine glitched a bit there. That was weird.
Yeah. So that rolled a 2 going against them.
Weapon skill is 3+, but you're against your target, your oath, so that it does hit because you get the +1.
All right.
Oh no, sorry, you get to re-roll. Sorry, because it's
Yeah.
against your target.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yep. So
Okay.
for the first time this game, your tank misses.
No. The twin barrel thing doesn't work either.
No, weirdly, twin linked used to be re-roll hits, but I think there's so much in the game now that automatically lets you re-roll hits anyway that they made twin linked to re-roll wounds instead.
Hmm. So tank
So unfortunately,
misses.
no. So tank is a no go. And then your 6-man squad.
Woohoo. Do that.
Re-roll your twos and your ones. Delete your twos and your ones. 10 hits. AP strength 4 versus toughness 4, so 4s again. If you re-roll and go for 4s. Delete your 3s, your 2s, your 1s. Sorry, stop. Bugger, that's on me. That was put in 2 3s.
There's 2 of them there.
Yeah, so 2 additional dice. So 5, 6, 7 saves I've got to make at AP -1. I forgot that you have a +1 on your wound roll. That was on me.
Mm.
So 7 at 4+. 2 damage. I don't think
Snipe.
anybody is already done, so he
Yeah.
just goes pop.
Sniping them one by one.
Yeah, it's just whittling each other down. That's all it's been. Now it is your charge phase, which I was really hoping to avoid because now those assault marines are going to catch up with me.
Yeah. Alright. Charge. What's the special thing about charge?
So, charge is 2d6 and move that distance.
Ah, 7. 7 inches.
So, I'm having a coughing fit tonight.
Mm.
So, yes, each of those units can move up to 7 inches to get into range.
Yeah, the captain is bloodthirsty.
As he should be at this point. He's sensing victory. You wouldn't be able to go past my unit. You've got to stop when you hit engagement range, essentially. So
Yeah,
you can't surround me in this bit.
I wondered. Get off the wall. There. Coming barreling through the wall.
Oh, so I don't think anything else is in charge range, so that's the end of your charge phase.
And now on to a second round of melee? Or,
No, this is the first round of melee because the other one was shooting at the tank in
oh,
melee.
right, yes.
uh, yeah, I don't have focus of hatred. Yep, that's you charge, so you've got fight first, so you get to go first.
Yep, and these are not correct selected. Oh.
You've got 2 of my units in there as well. Just control click my 2 dudes. There you go.
Alright, and then we are doing this again. Oh boy.
The painful. I'll be surprised if these guys survive this.
And you'll die.
Just redo that because I think you've got too many. Nope, that's fine. That does count up right. 24 and 6.
Yeah, I just had those 2.
Yep. Cool. So, right, this is where it gets complicated because my guys have different profiles. So, they are toughness 3. Commander is toughness
Toughness
4.
4.
So all of your weapons are toughness 4, strength 4 and 5, which means they all hit on 3+. So that's nice and easy. Not against the focus of hatred, so it's just 3+. All your 2s and 1s are gone.
All of them?
All of them are gone.
Okay.
So now you need to make your wound rolls, but I'd ask you to do this in an ordered roll, because I'm going to need to know what I need to save against. So that is everything is on a 3+. So just leave that there for now. So we're going to have to essentially read these off one by one. So copy dice, roll dice. Oh, shit. Copy blue dice, ordered roll. Let's do things properly.
Mm-hmm.
So go through and delete anything less than two and below. Delete any 2s and belows for me.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Cool. So luckily the last one is the only mastercrafted that hit. Oh god, it even labels them. Oh my god, that's awesome.
Yes.
I didn't see that. Right. So if I now copy those dice, brilliant. Okay, so that makes life a whole lot easier. So this is all against the normal units first.
Yeah. Your
They have a save of
cultists.
6+. So 1 dead, 2 dead, 3 dead, 4 dead, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I think that's all of them.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3,
that's
4,
10. You
5,
got 10
6,
of them.
7, 8, 9,
One
10.
survived.
One, no, we're not done yet. So all of them die, every single one. And then the last attack goes on to my Chaos Lord, who has a save of 3+ and rolled a 3, but you have an AP of -2, which means he also takes the wound from that, and your damage profile is 2, so he takes 2 wounds on that. There you go.
Hmm. And that is the end of combat, right?
Yeah, because I can't fight back. I'm not in range.
Hmm.
Which means you get to consolidate. So you can either move 3 inches towards my commander to lock him into combat, or 3 inches to no, sorry, you've got to move towards the. If you can move towards an enemy, you have to move towards an enemy. So you can choose to move 3 inches towards my commander to keep him in combat, or stay where you are and let him get away.
I'm gonna lock in.
Make sense?
Actually, no. Free inch limit, right?
3 inch, yeah.
Don't know if that was 3 inches. No, that was
It
free
looks about
inches.
right. He only moves same as commander, so.
Yeah. I don't think he can reach, so
Well,
let's see.
he's in base contact with the commander, so he still counts.
Yeah. Well, should have done that one first, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's there's got to be an optimal way to move them, and you're like, I can never find it.
Yeah. I realized after I picked up this one I should have done that one first, but it's too late.
Yeah. Right. So because you consolidated in, I do get my attack back now. Because it's pile in, attack, consolidate, pile in, attack, consolidate. So I do get my attack. So thank you for that. He actually gets to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Until the end of the phase, improve the strength. I should have used that, and I didn't. Once per battle round, one unit from your army can use this ability. Blah, 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 while on the battlefield, each time your focus of hatred is destroyed. Okay. So let me just go and see if I've got any CP that is going to be spendable here. Nope. 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 I'm not playing Valkyria Chronicle. Go away. I will never play that game again. No. Okay, so I've got no CP I can spend, unfortunately. Seeing why people don't play Chaos, they've got very little tech-wise they can do. Right.
I mean, they're
Show what
literally just a
stats.
bunch of madmen.
Yeah, I mean, I may have picked. I don't know chaos, so I may have picked a really rubbish detachment for them. I don't know. I just picked what seemed to make sense for what points I had. So I'm using my demon hammer. It makes 5 attacks, weapon skill 3+. All hit. It is strength 8 versus toughness 4, so that is double, which means it wounds on 2+.
And I am making
Don't
saving
fuck with.
throw on all of them.
Uh, Not so. This is a bit of a weird one now. So this is an extra rule that we've not covered yet, called devastating wounds. Those 2 sixes you don't get to save against. They just do damage because those are critical wounds, and I have the devastating wound ability, meaning any critical you don't get to save against.
Mm,
So you only get to make 3 saves, and it's at AP -2.
okay.
Yeah, demon hammers are nasty little bastards. So 3 dice, AP -2, so 5+. All 3 of them fail, which means all 5 of them fail, and each of those is 2 damage. So that is 5 hits, 2 damage each, which means 5 Marines are
10?
dead. Just bop, 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 bop. Keep them coming, bop.
That's
That was an insanely good set of rolls.
okay.
That was well above average.
Maybe I shouldn't have consolidated.
Yeah. So now we learned the lesson that demon hammers hurt, and that close combat can swing a game very, very quickly. So that is the end of my set of your fight phase. So is that the end of your turn?
I yes, yes.
Okay,
Off
cool.
to you.
Now, unfortunately, I do have to end my stream here because that's my 4 hours up, and I'm kind of on a strict schedule tonight because I'm back at work
Yeah,
tomorrow. It's why I usually don't stream tonight, to give myself a night off kind of thing. But I enjoyed that. That was extremely fun. I won't add my victory points up now because they wouldn't come until the start of round 5. Just to let you know, round 5 is the final round. That would have been the last round.
hmm,
I don't think I could have pulled the points back. I really don't think I could have got you
yeah.
there.
Because
Um,
I'd bop that guy.
yeah, if you kill that guy, it's game over. If you don't kill that guy and he kills you, I don't have the movement available to get to the objectives to get the points. You're locking him down was the right move. If you hadn't have locked him down, I had a chance at winning, essentially.
Mm,
Um, but all in all, that was a nice, smooth game. You picked it up really quickly, and kind of a good example of what can happen because the tank got put in a position where it couldn't really do it. Your tank got put in a position where it couldn't really do anything, and I
yeah.
was able to just keep evading it, which kind of nullified its effectiveness, which is good for me, bad for you. The Legion and your intercessors just traded shots across the field. That will happen a lot of times. And you also saw how quickly melee can turn a combat around. Like
Hmm.
even those raptors at the start, those 5 that charged into your 10, they had a good chance of winning that fight.
Oh yeah.
I just rolled terribly,
They
especially
just
because with the flamers that they've got, they can fire those flamers into combat. So even though
mm,
they're in melee, they can still burn you, and that really does tip the scale. I
yeah.
just got really unlucky with the rolls, but that's Warhammer for you.
Hmm,
So what do you think? Something you'd be interested in keeping up with?
yeah, I think so.
You seem to have a grasp of the tactics of it very well, especially with that tank and the intercessors. I think if it was me, I would have set the assault intercessors up with the tank, but not in it, and ran those into the middle. And then I could have taken them either way. Take the assault into the middle. If they'd have charged these guys, they'd have been done. Turn 2, those go at those. They're out of there.
Yeah, I was
That would
thinking
have
the
formed
same. I was just
Yeah,
like, I
it
need
would
to
have
get
forced
something
me
here.
to.
I just don't have anything to move there.
Yeah, it would have forced me to maybe redeploy my tank and take it somewhere else, just to keep it mobile and away from your assault. But that would have meant turn one, turn two, turn three. It would have been a lot more movement and made my tank a lot less effective. So I think if it was me, I'd have put my assaults in the middle and moved them there to cover the most of the field, and I'd have done the opposite with the intercessors and had them in there. Start them here, push them into the unit, give them much more range of fire. Because if you put, hang on, why is that not working for me anymore? That gives you a range differential of where they could have attacked from had you been. I mean, let's be generous and say you had some over there. You're covering a lot more of the field just by having them in this forward command post,
Yeah,
especially if you took them into there. You're giving yourself a much, much bigger firing line. And I'd have thought twice about going for that objective as well.
yeah,
I wouldn't. That's a clear line of fire that I would not have enjoyed being in. But your basic grasp of the concepts and the strategies, yeah, I don't think I can pull back from that. I think you've won that.
mm,
So that's well played.
thank you.
And we will have to set up another game at some point.
Yes. And it doesn't have to be Warhammer. If you want to stream together again, I'm free every day.
Yeah, I mean, my schedule is usually pretty open. I think the main problem is the time I stream when you would usually stream is when I do my RPGs. So usually I'm playing a single player JRPG. At the moment, we're going through Clair Obscur, for example.
Yeah,
However, I post my schedule in the Mognet every the day before I'm going live, kind of thing. Um, if you have anything you want to play that pops up in that time scale, just ping me up and I'll rearrange. I've got no issues there. I only play the RPGs on a night because it's kind of a more relaxed time when less people are about to do things with. So
yeah.
if you want to do something, more than happy to. And I know Reed is Rain. I know Rain is wanting to do some more battle tech as well. If you're interested in learning that, I could certainly sort something out for that. Honestly, Tuesdays is going to be my kind of build streams where I take stuff and I do my Lego, and I'm going to get back into painting and actually doing some Warhammer. But Thursdays, that's what I'm trying to make into this. So this is the first Thursday of the ones I can do, and because of my rotation, I can do 4 in a row, and then I can't do 4, and then I can do 4 in a row again. So for the next 3 Thursdays, hit me up. I'm here essentially.
Yeah, just bother me and I'll see what I can do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll what we'll do then, if you want, next Thursday, we'll do same time slot, my 1 while 5. Um, Instead of playing a game, we'll go through and we'll run you through the armies, and we'll actually build you a force, something that it's not Space Marine, something you want to play with, and we can talk you through the ifs and ands and the positives and negatives of different things if you like.
Yeah,
Sure, I shall pencil you in for next Thursday then, sir.
okay.
Right. Well, I'm going to bail out. I'm probably going to raid over to Wasted because he's probably not going to be live much longer. But thank you again for joining me. It has been a pleasure, and we shall have a proper game next time. We'll
Yes.
we'll get 1,500 together and slug it out over a couple of weeks. Nice long game.
Yeah,
Right. I shall catch you in a bit, bud.
yeah. All right. Alrighty, alrighty. Uh, I forgot to do something with him. He doesn't get to see this. Well, maybe he does, but maybe not. Probably not. We're gonna take a screenshot of this, and then we're gonna flip the table. Oh. Look at the mess I've made. Oh, it's good to be doing it. Alright. All right. Well, time to time to go bother wasted. Raid. Mm-hmm. All right. I believe it is time to hit the raid button. Can't wait. Waiting for There it is. All right. Bye.